want to be there and baby dance the night away. I let my hair down if I want. Don't you just get tired chasing fame and being pretty all the time? Does it sound like fun? You can do better. Let me show you what a good time looks like. You can do better. I want to be there and baby dance the night away. I let my hair down if I want. Don't you just get tired chasing fame and being pretty all the time? Does it sound like fun? You can do better. Let me show you what. I want to be there and baby dance.
Thank you. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Might be here. What the hell did I just do? Hold on. Thank you to why am I echoing? Man, a minute. Ads. Okay, wait. Let me see. I'm still echoing. Hold on. What the hell? Am I echoing? Am I still? It's echoing. Hey, it's got to see. I got to see why I'm echoing. Wait a second. Am I still? Let me go. Oh, hi. That's it. Am I still? Every time I come on stage, I'm echoing. Ed, I'm still echoing. Echo. I'm echoing. I don't know why. Am I still echoing? I'm trying to see why. Mm, yeah, it's not. I don't know. It's not the volume. I don't know what it is. Why it's echoing. Um, let me. See. Hold on. Hopefully, I'm not echoing. Yes, I'm not echoing. I had to figure out where it was at, figure out where it was at, figure out where it was at, figure out where it was at. I figured out where it was at. Hey, Insatiable. Insatiable flew in just like this. Insatiable said, hey, beautiful queen. He said, good evening. Good evening. God bless. Hey, Insatiable. I definitely miss you, Insatiable. Insatiable gave me a white bird. Insatiable gave me, y'all know I got to get back to these days right here. Insatiable gave me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 white hearts. Thank you, Insatiable. And then Insatiable also gave me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 white candles. I like those candles look white and they got some gold in it. And Insatiable gave me a black heart, a smoky gray heart, a moon, clouds. Insatiable. It has been raining cats and dogs here. And what is that? An orange heart, whichever color that heart is. I love it. Thank you, Insatiable. I definitely appreciate you. And whether you see it or not, it definitely coordinates with me. It's, I swear to God, Insatiable coming here and he be right on time always. Thank you, Insatiable. Hey, Jug. Welcome in, Jug. Thank you for flying in. Gotten. Where are you at, Gotten? If you're here, Gotten, if you didn't leave, because I know it took me a second, Gotten, I need you to head to the stage because I have to talk to you. I don't know where you at, Gotten, but I know you're going to hear me in a second. Whenever you come back in the room, I want you to head to the stage, please, because I definitely need to talk to you. The positive path said, you in trouble, Gotten. And he better get here. He gonna get here. Gotten step away sometimes, but he'll be right back because he always do that. Who else I need to welcome in? I'm gonna welcome myself in. Hey y'all. Yes, this is Queen Dee. I'm welcoming myself to the stage. Thank y'all and thank you. I know this is a last minute live. I know y'all. I'm gonna get on track. So the lives are going to be 3 or 4 days a week, and it'll be like Saturday, Monday, Wednesday, Saturday, and Thursday. Wasn't that all out of order? Monday, Wednesday, Saturday, and Thursday. I mean, come on, girl. So, and it's going to be at 8 p.m. And I'm going to make sure that I stick to this schedule and stop popping little lives on y'all and stuff like that. So, I mean, here and again, now I might have to pop a live because I'm trying to figure out where my men at. I'm like, where have all my men disappeared to? Why? Probably because I be doing them at different times. Maybe that's what the problem is. I don't know, like why he came out now. Thank you, Jug. Jug put the hotline available in there. So if anybody watching, it is available. The positive path said, hey, Queen Dee, love the pink. Thank you. Definitely appreciate you. Jug say, welcome, positive. Positive spoke back. Yeah, thank you, Jug. You heard the echo too. I heard it too, but I realized what it was. I had to go and find, I had to actually go and find like where it was at. And it was actually on another, it was in another tab. Bam, but I found it, baby. Jug said, what's up, Insatiable? Power Store said, hey, Queen. Hey, Power Store. I got to tell you, tomorrow will be totally, totally, totally different. I owe Power Store one of the biggest apologies, and I'm gonna do the live at the right time. I will be on probably pretty much all day tomorrow. And Power Store, you better believe I will make sure that I give you the due process that you deserve. Because, girl, if you notice, I did not post not one short recognizing you, only because I kind of got caught up a little bit this weekend, and I do apologize for that. But I will make sure that I show you to do homage. Yes, 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 yes. I will make sure I show you to do homage. So do me a favor. Make sure tomorrow, make sure you have your notification bell on, because you're going to see quite a few different things coming your way. You're going to be like, girl, did I get all of this? Yes, you got all of that. And one coming your way tonight. Soon as I get off of here, there's one coming your way. There's Insatiable. Insatiable says, salute God, salute Jug. Listen, Insatiable, I need you to welcome in Power Store. She is actually the winner of our YouTube's first small channel talent search. She won. She won Friday, and I meant to. There was so much that I had planned for her, but I'm gonna. Y'all know how I am. I promise you, I'm gonna make up for. I'm gonna make up for it in so many ways. She gonna be like, I cannot believe this. Everywhere this girl go. That's why I need to make sure I got to get Power schedule. And Power, don't listen. Don't worry about nothing. I got a lot planned for you. I will be hitting your channel. We're going to go over it. We're going to see whatever we need to do to get you up where you need to go at. You welcomed in the community. Hey, Insatiable, we need you to go over to Power Store. We need you to make sure you're subscribing to her. I got to get Gotten when he come in, but I'll tackle the men only live. We're going to get you seen, Power Store. I promise you. And tomorrow, I think at 1 o'clock, at 1:30, I'm doing a open panel live, because Insatiable, you would not believe what's been going on. There you go, Power. There you go. You better know it. Don't let this tonight fool you. Just make sure you come back. You'll see. And tomorrow at 1:30, it's going to be an open panel. Insatiable, you would not believe what I just found out. I found out that they're actually cutting. They're closing down so many Job Corps. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Job Corps been around for so long. I mean, I know quite a few people that went to Job Corps, and they're closing it. Like they're closing it. I looked it up, saying that they closed it, saying that they have no funding. So Power said, I'm grateful. You're amazing, Queen. You know what, Power? You're amazing too, but you haven't seen amazing yet. You're going to see, I promise you, you are going to see amazing. You're going to be so elated until, I promise you, we're going to have to find out what your schedule is. We got some plans going on. I got to see how often you at your house, because I see so much good that we're going to do, and we're going to make sure that we get you taken care of. The first thing that we want to do, we want to make sure that we get you up to where you can be monetized. And that's what the working plan is now. Everybody that's coming in, we need to make sure that we kind of get you monetized and get you where you need to go. But I promise you, I'm working on a lot of stuff like that. So you're going to be okay. Get to know. Hey, G2K. G2K say, what up, what up, what up? Hey, G2K, how you doing? How's everything going? And how was your weekend? That definitely was a good weekend, G2K. I went over there and the lady was singing her butt off. I say, Sarge done found him a wife. I say Sarge have honestly found him a wife. I say he's sitting over there. That lady was singing that song. She was singing her heart out to him. And he was right there like this. I say, go ahead on, Sarge. You done finally found who you was looking for. Even though, listen, G2K, you know it wouldn't be me if I didn't say it. I say that she just burped. I meant to come back up there. I promise you I was going to come up back up there, but I had to relax my energy. I was going to come back up there because I was going to ask her, girl, did you just burp in front of all my men? She burped her ass off on that. She burped her ass off. G2K, where you at right here? G2K say, guess what? Amazing. Guess what? Amazing just showed up. What? Guess what? Amazing just showed up. Are you talking about yourself? Thank you, G2K. He got to be talking about himself. I just said that she got some amazing things and da 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 da. And he showed up and said, guess what? Amazing just showed up. So he calling himself amazing. Hey, amazing. Hey, G2K. Thank you for being so amazing. 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 G2K. Amazing G2K also said, yes, hardcore copper is awesome. Oh, yeah. Oh, he's you know what? Okay. Hardcore copper. When you said hardcore copper, I'm like, okay, is it a different name? Because I was literally just talking about Job Code or Job Corps. That's where a lot of the kids, well, you got, I think it's under 24 years old, 23, 24 years old. And you can go there, you get a trade. You can get multiple trades if you can. They provide free housing. They provide everything. If you don't have a GED, they help. I don't remember if they get you your GED or if they get you a diploma, whichever one. You go there, you get your trade, you get your GED, and you get money for being there. And G2K say yes, he's amazing. So we're gonna talk about Job Corps and why was the funding cut? Do you know how many people I knew that went to Job Corps? Honestly, they didn't have anywhere to live. They didn't have anywhere, it's not even just that they didn't have anywhere to live. I mean, they honestly felt like that was their only way out. I even know someone that went to Job Corps, and this particular person went there because the judge did not give him a felony because he said he was going to Job Corps. So we're going to have a lot that we're going to talk about tomorrow. I just wanted to introduce that conversation. I wanted to introduce the Power Store Inc. because she did win the small channel talent search, the very first one. Oh my God. Oh, he surely did. Power Store Inc. say George Foreman went to Job Corp. Yes, he did. I forgot all about that. So listen, I'm making sure that I do a live one tomorrow. And I want to make sure that if you're able to come, everybody come in because I'm doing an open panel for everybody to come up. But that's crazy. That's like ridiculous. Power said that's where he started his boxing career. I'm glad you said that because you would not believe. I honestly forgot that. I mean, damn, Power Store, you that old? You older than the Power Store. My goodness. Y'all thought I was old. She older than hell. That lady so damn old. She's so damn old. She remembered that and I forgot it. Yes. I mean, come on, y'all. Y'all don't think I'm going to take the heat off of me? Do you really think I'm going to just see that? I told you she was old as hell. I told y'all, I know it. I smelled it. I smelled that old ass age. Yes, I did. And I know she wish her ass was up here. So I'm not that damn old. You damn sure is. You're older than me. You're older than me. You're older than your city. You're older than your state. You're old, girl. I know she said, I don't know what the hell she talking about. I don't know what the hell you talking about either. I'm going to tell you just like this, girl. I am way younger than you, honey. Boom. Ain't nobody gonna tell me I ain't sitting on Fetty. I told y'all she was old as hell. That girl so damn old, I can't even count her digits. She got some long ass digits in her number. When you put up 53, you know how many compound words in there? Is 53. And then there go me, 50. Y'all ain't gonna tell me she old as hell. My goodness. And then nobody asked G2K to jump in this. He jumped his ass in it, listen, he jumped in it trying to be on Power Store side. I said she old as hell. Who told him to come in? My dad is almost 76. We tell him that he is older than words. No, you should have told him his ass older than the wind. Listen, but you better let him know that's a blessing. It's such a blessing to say. I see how she telling stories. I mean, who asked Power to jump in this? Who asked Power to jump in this and put all of extra Y's on there? Nobody asked for that. Nobody. I don't know a soul in this world said, how many Y's? Oh, good. She said 53. Yeah, she's telling the truth. Damn. Oh, Jesus. My Lord and Lamb. Jesus. The Power said, I asked my dad what was the prehistoric. Listen, G2K said that his dad is 76 years old. I think my dad is, because my dad turned 60 in 2011. I don't know how many years that is, but I know my dad in his 70s too. I think he's 70 something, right? He got to be. He got to be at least 73. Tell me if I'm wrong. I guarantee y'all all gonna owe me money. Power said, folks out here dropping like flies. I'm great. I know. Listen, you ought to know ain't nobody at, I thought Jug was about to jump in this. I'm like, ain't nobody asked Jug a damn thing. I just knew Jug was finna come in here and one up G2K. He was gonna come in here and one up G2K because I thought Jug was gonna drop his age in there. Thank you, Lord. He didn't come in embarrassing everybody on the in the panel. Thank you, Lord. He didn't do it to us. He did what he was supposed to do. I'm telling you. But Power, you are 100% right. I was literally gonna say that next. To be 76 years old. Come on, man. Listen, to be 63 years old, you better let them know. To be 50 anything years old, damn it, you better let them know. If you in your 40s, you need to let them know. Damn it. If you in your 20s, you better let them know. If you in your teens, you better let them know. Because there's so many kids that ain't even lived to see past 5, Lord. It's kids that haven't lived to see past anything. So it is a grateful thing. Another reason why it's grateful, y'all old asses was born in the 90s. It don't matter if I was born in the 90s. I'm not talking about me, peoples. I'm talking about y'all knuckleheads. All y'all knuckleheads, y'all so damn old. Y'all so old until the millennium didn't even exist when y'all asses came here. That's damn. Think about that, old people. Think about that old people that was born in the 90s. Y'all so damn old. Think about how old y'all is. 1900s. Anybody? Anybody home? Anybody got anything to say about that? Oh, okay. I ain't think so. Hey, listen, if you was born in the 90s, I don't give a damn what your mammy name is. Tell me this. Is you old when you say 1900 versus the 2000s? Y'all old as hell. I don't have to worry about saying stuff like that. I've already said it to y'all. Y'all old as hell. Y'all born in the 1900s. It don't matter if I was born in the 1900s. We're not talking about me, peoples. We're talking about y'all. Yeah. We're talking about y'all old ass peoples. Damn. See that? Thank you, G2K. Talk about yourself. G2K say, I am a child of the 70s. Hey, G2K, are you trying to get me to confirm or deny? Didn't I just tell you that y'all old as hell just because I'm born in the 70s too? G2K, don't come throwing me in stuff, G2K. Don't come throwing me in none of your stuff, okay? Okay, you already had me up on the stage cutting up the other day because that lady was riding out. That lady was, when I tell you she was juking, I say juke, girl. She was juking her ass off. She was juking so bad. Hey, G2K, play it back, G2K. Don't pull it, G2K, and play it back. I want them to hear that lady was jamming. I was like, my God, man, I swear to God, she almost made me get up. I was about to get up and go to juking. I said, y'all better learn how to juke. I'll jucky duck. I'll jucky duck. Jucky duck. Jucky. She was juking. G2K got to go and play it back, please. Yes. The positive say, Queen, you only look like you're in your 20s. You know what? Thank you. Hey, Power, make sure it's over 27 years old. I don't need nobody giving me a hard time by getting no damn rental. They want to price up. They want to jack up the damn insurance. They want to jack up the damn all kind of stuff when you underage. So you know what? Just make sure. Hey, excuse me, Power. I know that I called you old as hell earlier, but I really didn't mean it in this moment right here. In this moment right here, I didn't mean it. But can you please grant me one wish? Can you make sure that I'm please over 27 years old? Because I know it's a bunch of old asses in there, and there's only probably one person that I may or may not be younger than, but I got the rest of y'all asses because I was already confirmed that I'm 27. I don't need you to tell me, G2K, that you in the 70s. Okay. I don't need you to tell me, old ass Power, that you in the 60s. I don't need y'all to tell me that. I've already been confirmed, and I damn for sure don't need Insatiable to tell me where he was at. Because you know what? All y'all, it don't have nothing to do with me, old asses. Nothing. Okay. Insatiable. What they said. Insatiable say, we all know Capricorn is the best sign. You better put them on that zodiac warfare. Insatiable. I promise you, you gonna start a fight. Y'all seen what Power said? Power said, that's right, 1972, baby. You better get it. You better get her old ass. Get her old ass. And she done brought her old ass to our first YouTube's small channel talent search, and she won. Y'all better know it. See there? See how people coming in trying to stump on Capricorn parade like that? That ain't gonna happen. That ain't gonna happen. So now, just because my fellow Capricorn made it clear. See, y'all don't know about Insatiable. Insatiable started. Insatiable's birthday is December 23rd. Y'all better know it. Who else we got in the house? I know we got Capricorn. Raise your hands, Cap. Raise your hand, Cap. Raise your hand, Cap. And then, I don't know. And then you got somebody, listen to me. Then you got somebody, nobody asked him nothing. But then you got this one that rolls in. I put Capricorn in a wheelchair and get them moving. I'll be damned. I'll be damned. Insatiable. Where are you? Did you just hit? Whoa, 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 whoa. I see Power saying thank you, Jug. I got to back this. I want to know what the hell going on in this chat. I wonder why Power, old ass, telling Jug, thank you. Anybody watching it? Let me change this right here because I don't think nobody watching me. Anybody out there watching? Anybody out there heard what was going on in the chat? Anybody? You don't see all these people. And you know what I need to do too? I definitely need to do this. Who would I be if I didn't? They're all not here right now, but I definitely need to welcome my men to the panel. Thank you so much. G2K, I got to add you on there. Definitely appreciate you all for lying in. We got Jug the Promoter, Insatiable, Steven, Martin, Guy and Window, Samuel, Clue Studio, more. We also have G2K. Yes, we do. We need to make sure that we welcome our men to the panel. You know it. And listen, men, if you are out there, I need y'all to make sure y'all give a big round of big ups to the Power Store Inc. You better know she's the first winner of YouTube's small channel talent search. Okay. Y'all also need to know. Let's take him down. Y'all also, let's take the tick off. Y'all also need to, I said take the ticker off, people. Oh, he ain't gonna take the ticker off? They done lost their damn mind. Why is you still ticking? Okay, let's tick it here. Welcome to all my mentalings. Definitely want to welcome those mentalings to the stage ways. Not to the stage ways. I want to welcome all my mentalings. Y'all see me fanning with this fella. I want to welcome all my mentaling to the panel. Welcome to our men only live lounge time with the queen. I know so many of my men, I say these men probably saying, man, she has switched up on us because she used to come in and treat us so sweet. I still treat y'all so sweet. I think I do, but you know what I did? I go and then I go to talk about other videos and stuff when I really know, and y'all already know, I use my men time because this is like my relaxed time. Because y'all know I'll go and grab a video ass like this and take that video like that and wring that goddamn neck and say, what you said, video? What you said now? What you said about my people? Because matter of fact, I got a video I'm going to show y'all about, whoa, somebody came messing with one of my men. And I'm about, matter of fact, they done lost their damn mind. Did this song come on? It's a heart of a woman. Yeah. Yeah.
Can I gotta be strong? I put your words on your life this time. Help you in life, 'cause saying nothing is a part of my life. Yeah. Say you is a part of my life.
And you know what? It feels so good. It feels so good when you get the men to say, oh my goodness, I just love that natural, no makeup on. I wonder did anybody notice that? Yes, y'all already know I don't wear makeup like that. But I will put on, you know what I got to start back doing too? Y'all remember when I used to always do like my lipstick and my lip gloss? Y'all know we got to start back doing something like that when I used to come and we would do the lipstick and the makeup and stuff like that. Not the makeup, but I always put on lip gloss. So I got to get back to the lip gloss. Y'all better, y'all was, man, I almost jumped at y'all. I almost jumped at y'all just now. Y'all, man, I had that guy hype. They be talking about age my ass. You better take age and shove it up your ass. Y'all heard that man say 25 just now. You know how many people out there don't make it to 25? Man, there's people out there that don't even make it to 10. Y'all better know it. It's, listen, you think that I'm so grateful to say I sit at 50. Do you know how many of my 50-year-old family members, like, honestly leaning right now? We are in such blessed positions until they talk all that junk about old age and we don't want no woman that's 40 and 50 years old. Man, you better get you a woman that's 40 and 50 years old and stop having to put all your money out on these little girls that's too young for you. I mean, come on, let's learn how to keep it real for real. These people that lost their damn man, y'all better give it up for the Power Store Inc. I'm gonna bring G2K to the stage. Y'all better give it up for the Power Store Inc. You better make sure you give it up to the Power Store Inc. Why? She is the first winner of the first YouTube, and look like she the oldest one in the whole damn. She the oldest one on my channel. Y'all don't know that? Y'all better give her more than what you gave her. She the oldest one out of all my subscribers. She the oldest one. Y'all better give that lady some props. She old as hell. And she won. My goodness. Hey, G2K. What you came up here to tell the lady how old she is?
Oh, no, absolutely not. I just came up here to say, you know what? I tell my wife all the time that I think she's the most beautiful when she's not wearing makeup.
And you know
I
what?
love that. I love that natural fucking age, that natural beauty. I love it. I love.
Oh,
She don't need no lip gloss. She don't need no eyeliner. She don't need no cover up.
you just want nothing.
I I don't need
You
that
just
shit.
want a
I
man
love
flesh
that.
like this.
100% natural face and woman is what I desire, and that's what I got.
Ooh, Lord. And
Tell
you
you
know what?
what.
You know what, G2K? I'm glad you came up here and said that. I'm gonna turn this down again because G2K always comes start stuff because we got a couple bones to pick with G. Listen, the first one is this. I was on a stage a couple of nights ago, and the guy came and he was like, "Oh, when I seen it when it got sent to me, I'm like, why is this man on here asking a woman what is it that men want?" I'm saying to myself, what the hell you mean? What is it that men want? I mean, I feel what you should be asking is, hey, women, what is it that you want? Because as a woman, why should I have to tell a man what they want? Why should I have to figure out what a
Yeah.
man wants? And you came right on the stage and you know what you said? What I want. So, and I'm trying to explain to them, they listen, I say, man, I can't talk to too many people because I guess when you go a little too far and they not used to certain type of conversations because they come up with these stupid ass retarded titles and then they get someone with a little bit of common sense and that ain't even intelligent. You get someone with a little bit
Yep.
of common sense that say, wait a minute, what do you mean? What does you asking me as a woman, what does a man want? I feel like any man should already know what he wants. So whoever he chasing, he should be looking for those wants out of a woman and do just what you just came on on this stage and said. What I want from my wife is.
Yeah. Yeah. And like if men would figure out the fact that when you find someone that your heart desires, if you find someone that your heart desires and you tell that woman, this is what I want and this is what I want, that woman, as long as she's a good woman, that woman's going to give you what you ask for, because I provide for my wife. My wife don't have to go to work because that's how we have it.
Exactly.
That's what works for us. My wife is a homemaker. She's the one that's in charge of our kids. She's the one that pays our bills. I go out, I bust my ass, I come home, I give my wife the money, and we go from there. Like this is what I want is when I come home from work, I want dinner ready. I want to know that I'm welcomed. I want to know that my beer's ready for me when I got my dinner, and I don't have to worry about that shit. I told my wife that's what I want out of a woman 20 years ago, and here we sit, and I still sit here today, and I can go to work, and when I come home, I got my dinner, I got my beer, I got whatever I want, my bowl of weed, I got everything I need and
What you
want
need.
because my woman provides that for me. And then, comes the physical, and she's very sharing in that category. Like I don't have to worry about that. You know what I mean? So there's ways to get a man to commit and be committed to their woman. And if you're a man and you're going out looking for something that your wife's not giving you, tell her about it. Tell her about it.
You know what, G2K? I said the problem with it is the communities, G2K, and I'm glad you came up. The communities that we are building, we're building communities that is taking us back to what the reality of life is. The
Yes.
communities that are out in YouTube right now, honestly, when I go and I sit on somebody's panel and I'm listening to questions and I'm saying to myself, my goodness, how did you ask 15 questions in a one sentence? You gave me one sentence, but what you don't understand is in that one sentence, you just asked me 3 or 4 questions. And they don't get that because they in the world that's so discombobulated right now. And then when people like us sit down and we talk, they look at us like we are crazy people. Or what are they talking about? No, what we're talking about is if you pay attention to things that we've lost, pay attention to our lifestyle, pay attention to things that we went through. We will teach you how to get through life without going through the same pains and the same headaches and the same hiccups that we went through. And y'all sitting here having conversations, and I'm like, all you're doing is messing it up for the other viewers that come in because they're not going to understand what the F is a woman sitting on the stage for telling what a man want.
Yeah.
You to sit on, it's not catering to a man, but in the same breath, it's catering to a man. Unless the question should have been is, hey, ma'am, what is it that you want out of a man?
Exactly.
Came out
Exactly.
with you coming up, and you made it so clear. That's
Yeah.
where you can get along with your mate.
Yeah. Like my wife, when we first got together, like I know you don't know my wife's story, but my wife and I have literally been together since the day we met. Like
Wow.
she left her life behind. And since the day we met, like I asked her to marry me 2 weeks after we met each other.
Woo. Wow.
She was pregnant a month and a half later with my first child, and we've been together ever since then. Like she was in a real bad situation, and I helped her get out of it. And at first, she thought I was gay because I
Tell us.
wouldn't make a move. At first, she thought I was gay because I wouldn't make
That's
a
a
move on her.
gentleman. That's a gentleman.
Because, well, exactly. Like I fell in love with her the moment I seen her, and that's no bullshit. You know those commercials, like the toothpaste commercials, where they got that sparkle that goes off on their teeth, or
Yes. Yes.
bing. That's what I seen when I seen her. My heart dropped, and
Wow.
I knew I fell in love with her that minute. And then I was introduced to her and I was like, motherfuck you. I was like, God, you're a son. You're God. You're an asshole. How could you do this to me? My wife's name's Jennifer. And I've been with so many Jens, Jennies, Jennifers, and girls whose names start with J that at this time I vowed to never again get involved with a woman with her name Jay or Jennifer. And lo and behold, her name is Jennifer. I got up. My roommate introduced us to each other. I got up. I put my sunglasses on my face. I turned around and I walked right out of the room. I went in my bedroom. I slammed the door. I sat down on the bed and I looked up at the sky and I said, God, you son of a bitch. How could you do this to me? Just like that. And we've been together. We've been together ever since then, man. And like she was in an abusive relationship. And she, like, when I say she came to me with nothing but the clothes she wore, that's exactly that's how she came to me. And before we even decided to become a couple, I told her, I was like, you know what, you can stay here with us. You know, no woman needs to go, no girl needs to go through that kind of shit. Like her ex would come up to her, she'd be sitting on, just kick her in the back, boom, like a real piece of shit. You know what I mean? And her story captivated me, and she left everything behind. Everything. She came to me with a shirt, a hoodie, a bra, some underwear, a pair of pants, and some motherfucking sandals. And I took her out. I took her out at the end of the week. I gave her $400. I took her to TJ Maxx and said, "Here, go get the shit you need, whatever you need." And you know, and she's given me everything I've needed since day one.
Wow.
Sarge,
And you know what?
like, you know, and we've been through. We've had our ups. We've had our downs. We've been like we've dealt with one of us being locked up in prison for a while. Like we've been through the ringer, man. You know what I mean? And I know who my best friend is, and that's all I need.
Damn. Yeah, you got me quiet just now.
Yeah, this story, people are like, no way. I'm like telling them, I don't care. I don't care if you believe me or not. I know how this shit went down. I lived it. Like my wife came into my life at the exact time I needed somebody, because I wasn't heading to prison. I was heading for a coffin.
Yeah.
I was running and gunning and fucking running amok like no other. And I mean, just dark world, you know what I mean? And
Running
it
from
all stems
pain, running from
yep,
people, running from
yep,
misery, running from being frustrated, running because you don't got nowhere to go inside, just running,
yeah.
man. I know that, trust me. And you know what? G2K, go ahead, because I'll cut you off. Go ahead. I want you to
Oh no,
finish.
you're good. Go ahead. I like it. I like getting feedback. I love it. I love it.
Yeah, you know what it is. Me and you always relate on so many different levels, and I think you're the perfect person to understand all the time. Now, you know, I'm always giving you that circle. You know, I always
Yep.
talk about that circle, and so me giving that circle shows people that a circle come when you cut it. When you cut it, you could get two halves from it. And what people don't understand is pain don't just come from one half of the circle. So you're up here now, and you still haven't even told your story yet. So what people are hearing now, this still is not even nowhere near the story. Me and you gonna tell, because the questions they think I'm gonna ask you, they're gonna be surprised because I come up from a whole different direction. The point that I'm making is the pain that you went through, and that caused you to run in the streets and this to happen and that to happen and go and just really just feel like life just got slipped from up under you and you was just a walking person. And then the Lord sent this angel to you, and that angel started reeling you in, and that angel started calming you down. But what that angel also had to understand was, now I'm about to deal with someone like me where there's a lot of pain and abuse there. And here's the thing about you. You got us so abused so bad until, and I don't even know the whole story, and I don't even want you to tell it yet, but you got abused so bad, but your abuse came on a more physical, it came on the outside. So at some point or another, I'm sure you took your heart and you put such a clamp around it until it's like your heart didn't even exist no more. So that's one
Yeah.
side of the pain. And then you got my side of the pain where I didn't get hit. I didn't get abused like that. I didn't get beat up. My side of the pain and my abuse came directly from my heart side of it. And I try to tell people all the time, you got two people sitting on the stage here. And not only do you just have two people, you have a woman, and then you have a man. Not only do you just have a woman and a man, you have a white man and you have a black woman. You see how we can sit next to each other and we can tell our story. We tell a story because it's not about a color. It's not about race. It's not about gender. It's about, when you understand the pain that a person go through, stop trying
Yeah.
to negate your pain for other people. Stop trying to put your pain to the side because it don't, you know, you ain't this, you ain't that. No, I try to teach people that what you got to learn how to do, you got to understand other people pain and emotion. But if you have pain and emotion too, you got to take your pain and emotion and you got to handle it, because if you don't, you can get in a situation like G2K. It's G2K situation where he was abused on the more physical side. But if I was with G2K, should I minimize my pain? That's what a lot of
Absolutely.
people go through. They minimize
Absolutely.
what they go through, so they are never able to heal. You get what you understand? So I definitely, because I've been preaching that for quite a while now, that people need to understand.
Yeah. Like there's a side of me, that I don't speak about too often. I mean, the people that are close to me and shit, they know, you know what I mean? And like when I tell people I'm an OG, I mean that shit. I'm an OG, and I've been shot, I've been stabbed twice, I've been ran over 5 times by cars. Like I've been there, I've done that shit. I've made $100,000, $200,000 drug runs and shit at the age of 14, 15 years old. Like I know what I'm talking about, you know what I mean? And my wife, the moment I met her, changed the entire direction and course of my life, because God was gracious enough to show a wretch like me that there's a different life out there, and gave me everything I needed.
And you know what? And here's the thing, G2K. So I sat on a stage and one lady said, "Oh, how do you know you change? I mean, people say they change and people say they this and they da 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 da." And you know what I told her? I said, "You know what it is? When people do change, they leave people like you alone, because why should they have to keep explaining their past?" And it's like people, honestly, they look for the past in you. They look to see what you've been through, and they want you to see. In a sense, it's like they be wanting you to harp on what you've been through, and they never look at, just because if I say I changed and I still do certain things, what about when I did those particular things? They may not be the same as what I do today. So you can still change, and I'm glad that you did that, even
Yeah,
though you
me too.
go through stuff. Go ahead.
Yeah, me too. Like this is how my wife and I are. Okay, like when I met her a week later, right? Like after we decided, like it was probably about 2 weeks that we decided, because to actually be a couple, because like I said, at first she thought I was gay, because I let her sleep in my bed. I slept on the floor. You know what I mean? And because I didn't, I fell in love with her. I mean, I fell in love with her the moment I seen her. And I didn't want her to think I was just in it for a piece of ass. I didn't want that. So, because trust me when I tell you, at that time, if I wanted to go get some ass, I went and got some ass.
Right.
100%. It didn't matter. You know what I mean? Like I can make one phone call and it's done. You know what I mean? And I handed her my phone and I said, "Here you go. There's like 7 numbers in there that are locked. Those numbers can't go anywhere. But any other phone number in this phone that you want to delete them, because it's all done." Like all that shit was done. I had girls coming over who were freaking out, getting pissed off because I was with her, and I was like, "No, man, this is my girl."
Like
Like
that.
overdone. And I cannot thank her enough for changing my life. I can't. Like people ask me all the time, like, "What's your secret to a good relationship?" For me, I try, honestly, I try to make my wife fall in love with me all over again, like the first time, every single day of our relationship. I
That's
haven't
what.
always been successful, but I've been really damn good at it. Because here we are, almost 20 years in, and she still loves me.
Yeah.
And
And
she's got me. Like she's gave me such a voice, and I don't know if she'll ever even realize that. But she's giving me such a voice of confidence. Like I hold my head higher because she is my wife.
exactly.
And I mean that shit. Like she's my knight in shining armor.
Yeah.
She really is. You know what I mean? People have this idea that a knight in shining armor can only be a man. Well, I'm here to tell you right now, that's bullshit. Because my knight in shining armor is my wife. She came in and rescued me and saved me at a time where I wasn't 1 foot into the grave. I was 3 feet below the grave.
Wow. And when
You
you could
know,
speak like that and come back on top of the grave and look back at the grave and say, "I was there with you one time," and then you can say, "Man, and how is it up under that grave? You can't breathe."
yeah,
Imagine
yeah,
being in the casket right now. You can't breathe.
yeah,
And that's what
yeah.
people don't understand. And you know what? I'm glad that you said that. Power said, "Congratulations, G2K." She said,
Thank you.
congratulations. There's a lot of people out there that honestly didn't last like that. And I'm glad that you came on and you're speaking about how you feel about her, because someone it said, oh, the man is the prize. And I said, well, okay, well, if the man is the prize, then I wanted to know what's the woman. So I want to
Yeah.
ask you, G2K, who is the prize? Because I need somebody to really explain to me this prize stuff, because I didn't understand how the man got to be the prize. But tell me, is the man the prize? How does that normally go?
Here's the real. If you want 100% truth and fact, ask me. I'll tell you. If I know it, I'll tell you. Here's the prize. The prize is realizing that there is no prize.
Thank you.
There is no prize.
There you go.
My relationship with my wife and I, people are like, a relationship is 50-50. No, it's not. No, it's not. Sometimes it's 80-20. Sometimes it's 39. Sometimes it's 30 fucking 70. You know what I mean? And there's going to be times in a relationship that one person's not being able to do what all their part, their percentage, and drops down to 30%. Well, that means there's still there's 30% out. There's still room out there for somebody's got to pick that percentage up.
Right.
So like, and there's gonna be times that I'm at 20%. My wife's got to be at 80%. And the prize is there is no prize. That's the reality of it. Like, the moment you think that your significant other is a prize or a trophy to have been won, you're already going out that relationship all fucking wrong.
Yeah.
Like my wife and I, we accommodate each other.
A relationship should never be a competition.
Did you hear what she said? My wife just said a relationship should never be a competition.
And that's how a lot of relationships are.
They are. I make more money. Well, guess what? My wife and I, we don't do that shit. Like, we really don't. We never kept a tally. Well, I made the baby's bottle the last 4 times. It's your turn for 3 times. No.
We just both do it together.
We just do it together. And because there's gonna be times that we can't be our full 50%.
Yep.
We're gonna have to, and when somebody drops that percent, that,
you're sick in bed, and
you know what I mean? And like, I'm telling you guys, man, just be authentic.
And you know
Yeah.
what? And that's coming from G2K. He's telling you to be authentic in your relationship, whether you're married or not. And G2K just said that he's been married almost 20 years. And I'm going to tell you, G2K, you actually telling what the reality of it is when it comes to a relationship. And that's coming from a person that's been married 31 years. At this point, I am happily separated for my own reasons. That's when you don't feel like there's a prize in it at all. You get what I'm saying? That's when it goes to another side. You can't always sustain something that you work so hard at. And if you were able to even last 31 years in the marriage, these day and ages, you did a hell of a lot.
Yeah. And see, my parents, like my parents, I get my relationship ideals from my parents. Like,
right.
my mom met my dad when she was 16 years old. Yes, my dad's 11 years, 11 months, 11 days older than my mom.
Oh my goodness, that's a bunch of lines.
Yeah, and they got
That's
married. They
got married
on 7/7 of 1977. So 7/7/77. And like, this is how much I idolized my parents' relationship. And like, the day I married my wife was 30 years to the day my mom and dad got married.
Wow.
So my parents got married on 7/7 of 77. My wife and I got married on 7/7 of 07.
Ooh.
And I just woke up that morning and I looked at her and said, "You want to get married today?"
It was a Sunday.
It was a Sunday, I believe. And she's like, "There's no way." And I was like, "If I can get it all together, you want to get married today?" And she said, "Yeah." I called my parents and I said, "Hey, can I share this date with you? Can I share this day with you?" They said, "Absolutely." And I said, "Meet us at the courthouse at this time because I'm getting it done." I had a dress. I had a whole entire wedding set up in under fucking 6 hours. And I had the mayor of my city open City Hall and marry us on the weekend.
Wow. That's how bad you wanted her. And you know what? And you living proof to it today. And what's wrong with that?
Nothing.
Nothing.
Nothing wrong with that.
And you know what? Listen, G2K, Insatiable. I don't know if you've met Insatiable. Insatiable say, I'm not getting married again. Don't trust nobody. And one thing I'm gonna tell you about Insatiable. So Insatiable's birthday is December 23rd. So when me and Insatiable met months ago, I used to say, Insatiable, you are Capricorn. There's no way you're gonna tell me you're that quiet. He's such a gentleman until Insatiable never used to talk. I said, you know what, Insatiable, he'll tell you, he right there. I said, you know what, Insatiable, in time, and it ain't gonna be too long, you gonna open up and you gonna tell what you really got to say. He was so sweet, and he's still so sweet. But listen, Insatiable been showing me a whole lot of signs that he noticed. I've not put him on a spot yet. Insatiable have been showing me that I'm not getting married again. Don't trust nobody. And me and Insatiable gonna have a heart-to-heart conversation. And I know one thing about it. Insatiable gonna explain this to me, because Insatiable been throwing those messages out there quite a lot. And right there, Insatiable, you know what? I could say being married 31 years and then separating. And I've already told a story why I separated. It didn't have nothing to do with adultery. I've never been through that before. I don't know how that part feel. I separated for my own reasons, where I needed to find me. I went underground 3 years ago. I had to find me, and I cut everybody off. That included, separating. But I can tell you this. Now that I've found myself and I've held myself accountable for reasons I needed to hold myself accountable for, I found out who my heart was. I found out who, because some people say a heart is a what? I found out who my heart was. And once I found out who my heart was, I found out who I was. I found out what my reason is. I found out how I got the goddamn power. I found out where I don't got to accept it if I don't want to accept it. I found out where I could be free. I could be at peace. And that's what I found out about me. And once I found all those things out about me, I'm open to it again.
Yeah.
Because I had to heal. Sometimes and I never, ever would have understood what that word heal mean when it comes to heart. Healing in the heart. I'm telling you, if you learn how to heal in the heart, you will be able to control so many things. And because I've learned how to heal in the heart, people that have hurt and beat and I tell you, they bruised my heart so bad. The difference between me and G2K, they didn't know they were hurting me because I'm such a good person. I tell anybody, I'm a sweet honeysuckle. Now I'm still a honeysuckle. I just know who to let in and who not to. But when you learn how to find out who you are, because I had to hold myself accountable. I took the blame for things that I shouldn't have, but that's the only way I was going to find peace. And me and Insatiable, Insatiable's been running for me about 6 or 7 months now. But I tell you what, I'm going to get you, Insatiable. Just like I told Insatiable he was going to open up and start talking. He going to hit this panel. He going to hit this stage one day too. And Insatiable, when Insatiable start talking G2K, y'all two going to be on the stage and I'm going to be like this. I might as well drop off and go with my sister wife. Because y'all two together, y'all two together going to take over the stage. You, Insatiable, Sarge. Listen, God, you haven't met and God neither. Steven, Martin. Listen, you ain't meet the whole crew. I don't know where they at. They'll be back because I've been all over the place. Y'all will have a lot to talk about. And to me, G2K, this to me is why I do Men Only Lives. Because Insatiable saying that, he probably would not quite open up to the average woman, but he'll open up to me. Because we on a different level. He know I can't deal with, I love the women, but for me to be as free, I love my men. Only girl, dad, all brothers. And this is what we need right here to open men up, because men do not talk. And when women take the floor, they don't let them talk. And that's why I do a Men Only live. And I started my live, like you say, I didn't want any makeup. I didn't want this. I didn't want that from a woman. When I started my live with Men Only, I didn't want to hear their voice and I didn't want to see their face. I showed my men that I could get to know them just by them telling me hello. It's all about a simple conversation. Sometimes you could tell somebody hello and they will open up to you just because nobody really say hello. Hello, how you doing today? And they don't say it in a peaceful way. It's like, hey, gone. So I hope you come more in G2K, because it's so many of the men that come and they honestly, they look for a way out.
Yeah. Like I wish more people would realize that about men. Like we're just as tender as anyone else. We're just
Yeah.
as passionate as anyone else. But we're just taught not to do that in public and to let that shit be you just hold that shit in because that's what men do, and that's so stupid. It's
Yep.
the biggest mistake a human being, especially a man, can make. Like here's here's part of me, okay? I didn't. I'm just now at almost 46 years old. I'm just now learning honestly how to cry.
Yeah, you told me.
I didn't know what like I would get to a point and I just shut it down because that's what I was. Men don't cry, toughen up. You know what I mean? Like hold that shit in. So I learned how to do that. And
Call you sissy.
people call me, you know, my uncles would call me a sissy and oh, only pussies cry, you know what I mean? And I get knocked around by my uncles besides all the other shit that was going on in my life. And like I just didn't do it. I knew if I was gonna cry, the consequences were gonna be even worse for me.
Right. Right.
So I always held it in. And my wife for years never gave up on me. And she's like, one day you'll get it.
Yeah.
And I tell you what, that first time I fucking figured out how to cry, it was like waterfalls, man. I'm crocodile on top of crocodile tear. Alex,
Just keep crying.
I just wanted,
Stay warm.
I didn't want it to stop. I probably cried emotionally drainingly cried for probably about 15 straight minutes. And
Yeah.
I'm talking, and it was like,
Yeah.
it was one of the most amazing, if not the most amazing feeling I've experienced in my life.
It's
And
enough water. It's enough where you can catch it, and it's nice. It's warm. That's why I say when you crying and you really mean it, and you really starting a healing process, or you opening up to where the pain at, them tears don't flow the same. They don't feel the same.
you know,
They don't drop the same. And when you
they're
get done
warm as
crying,
hell.
you're not the same.
Yep.
And
And
people don't get it.
I still to this day, I'm not gonna lie, like I still catch myself holding him in. And my wife's got to tell me she's like she'll just come. It's crazy how it happens because my wife will just like come around the corner and like she'll just look at me. She'll like just let it out, babe. Just let it out.
Yeah.
And when she does that, like I'm getting emotional right now and I'm just about ready to cry right now. And like I really love my wife that much, man.
You know what? And what's wrong with that?
Aw.
What's wrong with that?
Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Like she'll never honestly realize how much she fucking means to me.
Yes,
She
she
won't.
will. She realized it. She realized it. The reason why I'm telling you, she realized it because of the heart of a woman. We were literally just singing that song. She realized it because what a lot of people don't understand is the heart of a woman. But you got to get that woman so you can understand her heart. Because not every woman is meant that way, just like not every man is meant that way. That's why you got to find the one that's for your heart. So when the men ask the question, oh, what do men want? No, it's not my job to ask the question, what do men want? The answer for me is, when you went out, were you looking for the woman that you want? Or were you trying to build her? Because if you keep looking, that woman that you want is going to come. That woman that you want, that woman that you need, that woman that you desire, everything in you that you need in that woman. I'm telling you, it is a such thing as men being loyal. And a lot of people believe that that's not true. Get the right man. I guarantee you. And people say, no, they gonna always cheat. I'm not gonna say my husband never cheated. I'm gonna tell you, it has never ever came to my door. Never. And I tell anybody, if there's a woman ever out there and she say that, I want them to come to me and tell me, because it ain't true. And so that's my brownie cakes, my mom, my grandmother. I've never been through it. But
I'm telling you right now, I have been through it. But every serious relationship I've been in, I've been cheated on. But I've never stepped outside of my relationship with anyone, including my wife. And I can look anybody in the face right now and tell you right now, I know in my heart and soul, my wife has never cheated on me. She hasn't.
yep.
And
And that's what it's about. When you get that heart connection, it's a different connection. That's where you really got that real soulmate. You really got that twin flame. That mean that
Each other a certain way.
you don't get tired, huh? She said something I
yeah.
hear.
Okay, say it again. She didn't hear you.
I'm just saying, it's like sometimes when you look at each other and you know what the other one's thinking, or
Yeah.
Yeah.
The ESP.
sentences, stuff like
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
That's that true. That's that ESP. People don't understand that either. And it's like you can meet somebody like that. So I'm not gonna say that I'm not open to that. I'm gonna just say this. I haven't found that yet. And well, to be honest with you, I haven't been looking for it. And I feel like if something like that ever come, then I know to go to the next level. I know things that I need to take care of, and that's just the end of that. But I'm on a whole nother mission right now. And sometimes when you get a position, I feel like I could be on the mission that I'm on, long as I know I freed my heart from any kind of hurt. I freed my heart from any kind of vengefulness or this, you got to be able to free yourself in order to know that you can successfully move on and not bring a past with you. And that's really hard for a lot of people because people really don't know how to heal from the heart.
No, they don't.
They
They
don't. They don't.
Like what? Besides the brain, what is our what is the main? What is the thing that keeps us alive, man? Our heart, dude.
Heartbeat.
Our heart.
The heartbeat.
And at the time my wife and I met each other, neither one of us was looking for somebody. We weren't. I was 100% being being a dog with my pink thing hanging out. You know what I mean?
But can we interrupt you 1 second? Let me interrupt you 1 second. G2K. Let's look at the time on the clock. It is actually 11:11 Eastern Standard Time. I'm in Florida, so 11:11 across the board. And if y'all think about it, G2K. So somebody text it, send it off, do whatever you got to do, but tell the Lord what you need right now. It's 11:11, and I got to take a second. G2K, imagine me and you sitting here at 11:11, y'all. Y'all don't know how powerful that number is. And G2K just kept calling it 11:11:11, 11:11:11. And my dad was giving up for adoption. And his real mom's birthday is 11:11. And it was so surreal. And now it's 11:12. And I'm talking about my mom. And that's a number that I play all the time across the board. So I just want to tell you, G2K, we on track. We on track for things that's supposed to be meant for us. We on track for some of the pain and the heartache that we've gone through to start subsiding a little bit for us, but you got to start paying attention to those signs, just like the Lord put 11:11 on that clock. As soon as I was about to say it was so surreal that I seen the positive path, put it in there too. Thank you, Edward. Put the 11:11 on the clock. You can see it all through the chat. Y'all see that? And I hope everybody out there just listen, sometimes you got to learn not to tell the Lord what you want. Sometimes you got to back up off of wants, because how could you get wants and you have not gotten the needs? Ask the Lord for the things you need. Tell him, can you please give me these things because I need it? And watch, if you fulfill all the needs, you'll start noticing you'll make room for wants to come in. Stop asking the Lord to give you $1 million. Ask him to show you how to be able to pay your rent up for 3 months. Ask him for stuff like that. Ask him for things that make sense. Because guess what? If you're able to come up with something and you can pay your rent for 3 months, what did that just do? It opened up the doors for you to have other things. Stop getting biggity with the Lord. That's all I'm gonna say on that. Because y'all know I'm deep into it, and I don't want to.
Anytime I pray to the Lord, I pray for that exact same thing.
Yeah.
That I just put in the chat. That's all I pray for, ever. Lord, all I need is for you to love me. Amen. That's all I need. All I need is for God to keep loving me, and I got everything I fucking need.
That's right. Listen. That, you know what? I'm gonna tell you, you got to really, really, really honestly also know how to love the Lord.
Oh, yeah.
You got to know how to love the Lord. And I'm gonna give an example of how you got to know how to love the Lord. I was kind of down. And I swear, every time I start a new journey, these men been with me. Every time I start a new journey, when I started this Men Only Live, a couple of times I came and I said, I almost didn't do this no more. I was not coming back. I said, "No, I'm not doing this channel no more." No, I told you I wasn't doing this. Insatiable there. I know Gotten is there somewhere. Jug is there. I didn't look through the chat to see who else is there. They'll tell you. I said every time I start a new journey, I said I wasn't doing this no more. I said I wasn't doing this no more. And guess what? Every time I try to lay down and say something I ain't gonna do, guess what the Lord said? You better get your big ass up, because you are gonna do what I say do. And guess what? Then I get mad with the Lord. I say, you just picking on me, Lord. You ain't doing this and you ain't doing that. And then I get to another stage in a couple of days ago. I said, Lord, I said, no, I said I'm upset with everybody, including you, because that's my relationship with him. People say, oh, don't talk to the Lord. Man, mind your goddamn business and get you a Lord. I say, Lord, I say I'm upset with you. I tell the truth. Because listen,
Oh, me too. Like, if you think for 1 minute that I've always looked at God and been a positive person and said, I just love you.
you
And
can't.
no. I've
You're
looked at him and
human.
I said, you motherfucker, dude.
You're human. And it makes you
Yeah.
mad. Sometimes you get just that mad, but listen, listen. It's your relationship with the Lord. And I get upset. And I told him I was upset. And I also told the Lord, I say, I'm upset. I said, but I'm not giving up on you. I said, but what I am saying is I'm hurting right now. And I need you to send me a sign that I can keep going. You would not believe. Every time I say I'm gonna give up, and I say, send me a sign. When I tell you I was not, y'all probably wasn't gonna see me no more. Every time I start something new, I go through this stage. I gotta change myself around, because it's like I got to regroup. I was done with y'all. I was done with this. I'm not kidding. Insatiable, all of them will tell you. And the Lord sent the sign. And when I tell you, I didn't snap right out of it all just that quick. But what I sat back and I said, wait a minute. Stop. You asked the Lord. I said it this morning. I said, you better show me a sign. I said, you better show me a sign that I need to keep going. And this morning, I swear for God, I got a sign. It was one. You would not believe what that sign was. I got one message. One message. You know what that message said? Just like this. That message said, I ain't joking. Y'all gonna think I'm lying. All that message said was, like, good morning, Queen. I swear to God on my mama's soul. She right there. I swear to God, that message said, good morning, Queen. And when that message said, good morning, Queen, I kind of sat back and I took a deep breath, because this particular person never gave me a good morning, Queen. So it made me understand a couple things. It made me understand that this person coming in and saying, good morning, King, Queen, the Lord put a ram in the bush to see if I was going to catch it and pay attention, because that's sentimental to me. Because when I walk around, some ladies, oh, what makes you say you a queen? Because I said so, God damn it. And you're not going to take that from me. I've been a woman. I've graduated from those stages. I did what I was supposed to do. And I'm going to sit where I deserve to sit at. And when I seen that this morning, because I am hell bent stuck on it, I say, I might change my goddamn name. You better tell me about it, Lord. And I'm not joking. And when I seen good morning, Queen, it took me so far. I looked and I was like, and I even messaged the person back and I said, listen, I said, you don't know, you just woke me back up. And the Lord has sent something, but you got to know how to pay attention. That's when you find him in your heart. When you find him in your heart, he'll show you things, because you can't tell me. I don't know a soul that tell me they seen the Lord, but I could say I've seen him in a lot of ways, because you can see the Lord. The Lord is love. If you see him in your cat, you see him in your dog, you see him in your mate, you see him, hey, you can see it in a plant.
I see it
for something. How do you get your answer? It literally woke me up. And then I got so re-energized. You don't see what color I got on, do you? I came like I blossomed. It literally woke me back up. And I even had to apologize to Power Store Inc. because I didn't even give her congrats. That's how far I was up under. But I say, every time I'm starting another journey, and my journeys, it start off like this, and boy, I'll take off and light a fire under everybody's ass. I say, because I'm so blessed and I'm divinely led to, ain't nobody gonna be able to stop me. I don't care what they do, how they repeat me, how they try to mimic me, it ain't gonna work. Because when you got a different type of divine leading, when you got it when it comes from the heart and you know the Lord is the head of it, a man can't touch you. That's why you got to find him in your heart.
Yeah.
He gonna lead you to the right horse. And he gonna lead you to the right horse, and he gonna take that horse to the right water, and he ain't got to make the horse drink it no more.
Like,
Y'all let him.
the whole thing about it is it's not God's gonna lead us there. He's already led us there. He's already put that path in front of us. All we got to do is just stay true to the. That's it.
Be true to yourself.
And there's always times where you're gonna stray from the path. But you know what? The important thing is that you get back on your path. And God has already shown us greatness and what can be. All we got to do is go and get it.
Be true to ourselves.
All we got to do is go and get it.
Yep.
Be true. Yeah, my wife said, "Be true to yourself."
That's
100%. 100%.
That is, listen, this was such an uplifting conversation until because of everything that kind of transpired, and then to even see that you and I sitting up here and having such a generalized conversation that some people would think is a generalized conversation, but no, it's actually a very important conversation that what lacks in a lot of relationships, what lacks in a lot of marriages, and it doesn't have to be a relationship of two of the opposite sex or people that you're dating. Relationship is a relationship no matter which way it come from. The lacking there is communication.
Yeah.
That's the failure to a marriage. The average person don't divorce and get out of love and stuff because somebody cheating. They get out of it because of that lack thereof, and communication tops it all. Because even if you were able to communicate, do you think if a man or a woman, it's good, and I know this is going to be a question that's dependent on the person, but if a man or a woman was in a relationship where they could openly say, I'm in this relationship right now, and I feel like I want to deal with somebody else, but I don't want to leave you. The average person, you just lit a fire. But what happens when that should honestly be a part of the communication? That should honestly be a part of a conversation. It should.
Hey, I'm going to cut you off real quick. Like when you just said that, like I instantly put myself and my wife in that position, and what crossed my mind after you said it, if my wife came to me and said, I want to go be, I would, at first I felt like I was, I'd be fucking upset. But the first thing that I would do is ask myself, why does my wife feel this way? What have I not done what haven't I not given her to give her that comfort that she thinks she's got to step outside and seek that somewhere else?
Yep.
What can I do to get that and fix that?
Correct.
100%.
Yes, right.
And then I'd be mad as a motherfucker and I'd go beat his ass.
But wait. But what if that didn't happen yet? But they came to you. What if a mate came to you with that?
Yes.
How would you feel about that?
That's exactly how I feel. I would question myself. What am I doing or what am I not doing that's not fulfilling that in my wife to make her feel like she needs to step outside of our relationship to go fulfill that desire, that want, that need. So I'm gonna instantly ask her, like, what can I do? Because the sanctity of marriage, that ring means everything to me.
Yep.
The meaning of a ring means everything to me. And like,
and you should always try to work it out. If you kept going, just always working it out.
yeah. Did you hear her? She said you should always try working it out. The things you never just like.
Especially if you have the time invested in it,
Yeah. Like I'm not getting any younger. I'm by any means necessary. And like I know I say it as a joke, but it's kind of serious. I don't have another 20 years to get another one trained in the right way. You know what I mean? And you know what I mean? Like he knows everything. She knows every, and I mean that with all respect. I really do. I don't mean that in a derogatory way. Like she's got trained. She's got me. You know what I mean? Like we know each other, and this is what this. And I don't have another 20 years to get the perfect woman to get to be like that. So I got the best woman on the face of the fucking planet, and I'll fight anybody who wants to say different.
Yep. And you know what else? And on that note with G2K, where's my light? On that note with G2K, I can also say this. G2K, my sister wife said, you try to work it out. And that's the God's honest truth. You try to work it out. But I will tell you this, and this is where I'm glad that G2K and I are having this conversation, because y'all always remember me. I like to show y'all that circle, because there's two halves to a circle. So in this half with G2K and my sister wife, they saying, no, you're supposed to always try to work it out. You're supposed to always try to work it out. And I want to be on the other side of that circle. And I want to tell people this. And if you've done everything that you can to salvage your marriage, you just couldn't seem to get to that next level. Long as you are content in your heart and you know what you did and you know that you did your best, don't condemn yourself. Don't beat yourself up. Don't lie about it. If you have to be separated and you have to have that separation lead to a divorce, you do that by all means, because one of the worst things that I've seen couples do, and I just refuse to continue down that road. 31 years of marriage is a lot. When you have a kid 26, almost 26, and a daughter 22, you did something. And that's what you need to understand that within yourself. If you got to walk away, you walk away. My only suggestion to you, when you walk away, make sure you walk away and don't move on until you clear the path for yourself. If you can't clear the path for yourself to be able to keep walking, find someone else if it's meant to be, and not keep rehashing or looking at a person for what you went through in the past. You can move on. You don't have to stay in it. And I just happen to be on the other side. I just happen to be separated now. But I've been married 31 years. That was a hard and an easy decision, because how long would you stay in a situation where you like lost your damn self?
Like, then there's
Even comparisons being a teenager mean a lot. So don't beat yourself up because you have to move on, because guess what? Maybe that wasn't the path for you. And I looked at it in my life with everything that I went through. I cut the world off. I don't know family, no friends. I cut them all. People would have probably thought I was crazy. I'm not crazy. I just needed to find myself so I could cut y'all asses off.
Yeah.
And see, treating me right. So I wanted
See,
to
like, like my wife was just saying, she's like, and if you're in a relationship and you got kids, as bad as it's gonna suck for those kids.
Don't stay together because you have kids together. Like, if you're not happy, then you should not stay together.
See,
because it's gonna make it worse, for
See, and I feel like I've kind of deceived everybody here today or here tonight, because I mean I haven't been completely forthwit with my relationship with my wife, because I painted this picture of this perfect marriage.
That's
and
right.
That's not real. Like, my wife has left me 3 separate times, packed up and said, I'm gone.
Yeah.
Here's a list of shit that you need to fix and take care of.
That's
if you want me to come back.
Yeah.
That's right.
3 times, and all 3 times, yeah, as hard as a motherfucker. But you know what? I looked at that list and I said, you know what? This isn't for her. She didn't put this fucking list of things for me to take care of for myself. For me to do. She did it not for me. In order for her to love me, I have to fix these things that are wrong with me. That's not okay with her. And like, here we are, almost 20 years later.
And guess what? And on that, I'm going to agree with G2K cold-heartedly. And the reason why I'm going to agree with G2K cold-heartedly, because again, I want y'all to always remember that circle when you talk to me. And G2K said it best when he first started talking. He said, y'all probably ain't going to believe me, but I'm telling y'all the truth. And I'm going to say that too. You'd rather they believe me or not, I'm telling the truth. On the other side of that from G2K, there's no way you can be in a marriage over 30-something years, starting when you were a teenager, and didn't try.
Oh, yeah.
That's hard to say. I was in it for 31 years and I ain't tried. If somebody come to me and tell me that, I'll say, no. Let me ask you the right question, because you might not understand what the word try means. So even on that side, like they're saying, listen, try. I gave her a list. I gave her ultimatum. If y'all know all the list and ultimatum I've given, I think I've given so many listed ultimatum until that listed ultimatum you couldn't even spell it no more. So when you get to a place where you're going to run yourself down and you're beating yourself down and you just know you're not going to make it at X amount of years, you got some hard decisions to make. And my decisions wasn't, oh, beautiful, beautiful, clean. Hey there. Oh my goodness. My decision was hard to make once I walked away. It was hard to make before I made
Yeah.
Yeah.
Before I made the decision, it was hard. But once I walked away and made the decision, that was when you took a deep breath.
Yeah.
And then I realized I did it. I tried and I tried and I tried. And guess what? Long as you try, I'm going to continue to say that. And again, I'm glad that G2K is on here because as you can see, G2K and I, we make a circle go like this when we hold a conversation. And on top of that, G2K is a Cancer. And I'm a Capricorn, and a lot of people aren't into zodiac signs or anything like that. But a Cancer and a Capricorn can sit and have these conversations. And you see how long as you're upfront and honest, we okay. And G2K is saying what he's saying. Ain't nothing about what he's saying put a doubt in my mind. So when he say, oh, some people ain't gonna believe me, yeah, because they don't know how I feel to go through what we went through. Even though you went through it on one side and I went through on the other side, I still understand your pain because my pain on the inside hurt just as bad as yours hurt on the outside. And now you're just opening up to understand the inside pain because the outside done healed. Now you on the inside where I'm at. So of course we're gonna relate. Of course I'm gonna understand him.
You know, I've never said this before, not even to my wife, but the first time my wife left me, what did it for me is I tried everything I could, you know what I mean, to get her to come back, saying this, saying that, and you know what I mean. And she stuck to her ground. She's like, "No, I'm telling you right now," and it never clicked. And when it finally clicked to me, she looked at me and she said, "How do you think? How do you think I feel? How do you think I feel that I have to do this
Yep.
to get you to realize I fucking love you?"
Exactly.
And that was it. And I've been in counseling ever since then, and like got on medication. Like I was like the person I was 15 years ago, 10 years ago, is nowhere close to the man I am today.
Right there. Right there. And you know what? And you know what too? I think what was beating me up as well, and I had to finally realize what it was, G2K. I realized what was beating me up, and I think I said it before, how I couldn't understand like who keep holding me back, why I can't make it, why I'm not getting where I'm supposed to go at, why I mean I've opened business after business after business. Who could be holding me back? Who got a problem with me? And I never could understand who had a problem with me. And so I cut everybody off. And I seen people that really had problems with me, but they had problems on the other side where they wouldn't tell me in my face. They treat me good. They talk to me in my face, and it's like, okay, why you? I had that kind of issue. Nobody ever hurt me on it from face first. And what I had to realize was I was holding myself back. And I just realized this a couple weeks ago. I was holding myself back because things that I went through in my past, I kind of seen those things mimicking again in my present. But I had to say to myself, wait a minute. But when I compare the two, what made them different? So what I went through on one side of town, I may be here, but I elevated up in that other circle. Because remember, I tell people all the time, it's a circle. But inside that circle is more circles like a beehive. And then you got that rabbit hole. So when you elevate out that rabbit hole, you're going to different levels of the circle. So what I got to a certain level of the circle, I kind of slid back down, you know, and you go back and forth. But I said, wait a minute, but I'm sliding back down because I'm rehashing my past. But why should I rehash my past like that? Because what I did back in my past, I may be doing something similar, but what was the change for me to have made there? You got to understand what you've done to change. Stop. What we do is we continue to beat ourselves up and we continue to harp on. I'm gonna give you an example. The third business I opened up, it was my restaurant. It was truly because I'm a cook. And people don't believe it. I'm a cook. They say, and I cook dressed up, but I don't eat soul food like that either. But I am a bona fide cook, and everybody know me for cooking. And when I opened up my restaurant, I just knew that was going to be my all be all. And that was going to be my chains and this right here. And I'm going to get this. I even did a commercial with Walmart to get my stuffing or my dressing on the shelf. I did a full commercial. I made it to like the top 50. Listen. And I thought to myself, I've been beating myself. I worked and worked and worked on the trucking company. Got a trucking company right now. I've been beating myself up and beat myself up. But that restaurant was my baby. And I worked my ass off. If you go back and look at the reviews, the people that used to come, I worked my ass off with me and my small children and people when workers didn't even show up. And here I am today saying, no, I'm not doing it again. I worked like a slave. I did this. I did that. None of that work. Nobody helped me. I kept beating myself up and pulling my own self back down instead of learning how to say, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. Let's stop and think, dumbass girl. Back then, when you went and got your restaurant, what support did you have on the ground? See, your boots on the ground because that's a brick and mortar. I didn't have any support. But look where you're at now. You got plenty supportive communities. Your community is a very good supportive community. There's so many supportive communities from what I couldn't get on the ground. So what do you mean you don't have support? You got support if you understand that a closed mouth don't get fed. You understand other little things. I just gave that one little bit of an example of, yes, I may be back in that situation again, but I'm in that situation on a different level. So I could let my past go and continue to work hard. And anytime I get to a stopper, I got to remember, okay, so when I was here, I had money. Okay, now I'm here, I don't have money. But let's talk about that. Because when you was in the brick and mortar, you needed money for rent. My rent was $3,500. You needed money for the lights. You needed money for supplies. You needed money for all of these particular things. But stop, dumbass. You're right here now. You don't need money for lights like that. You ain't doubling rent and paying over here and paying over there. So it's a matter of when you're trying to get somewhere and you done found your peace, understand what peace means at the level that you're at. Don't try to continue to find peace from the past because you're going to keep going back and you're going to keep boomeranging yourself like a rubber band. And you'll never be able to get past it. So you got to understand what you're doing good, what you're doing differently, compare those things. If it's 5 issues you went through back then, take those same 5 issues and put them together and tell me where you're at. If you have to answer that question right now.
Yeah, for real.
People don't understand.
Yeah.
That's when you beat yourself up because of the past. And I only gave that example because I've been beating myself up because of that particular past. So when I say your past, it don't have to be in business. Don't beat yourself up in a relationship either if you got to move on. Don't beat yourself up in a relationship if you have to let mama or daddy go. Don't be beating yourself up because there's things you had to do. Sometimes in your life, you got to make executive decisions. If you don't know how to make executive decisions, you're going to be in a world of damn trouble. And that's what people need to understand. Period.
You just have to remember that you're the executive.
Exactly. Exactly. Exactly.
You're the executive of your life, so go get it.
Yep. That's right. And a lot of people got to understand how to follow their own mind and follow their own intuition. And once you learn how to do that and you learn how to make a decision standing on your own 2 feet, you will learn how to communicate a decision if you have somebody else with you. But you got to know how to be for sure, because just because you're in a relationship, that don't mean you have to agree with your mate. But what I appreciate from a mate is if we do disagree, don't push it under the rug. If you see I got my own opinion and you have yours, why can't you talk about it and then y'all come to an alternative? Or you agree to disagree, something like that. And that's what a big problem. But guess what that goes back to? Communication.
Yeah.
Sar said I was, one second, I apologize. Sar said I was with my ex-wife 27 years total, married 23 years, and as hard as it was moving on was the right decision for me and for her, even though she didn't see it at the time, but she see it now.
Absolutely.
Go ahead, what you say, G2K?
I forgot.
Hey, G2K, I know good and well you found that song. That lady, if she didn't beat that damn banjo, them drums, and them guitars, and I don't know what all instruments she had, but she had me jumping around and acting like I was a damn Jamaican.
And Hardcore Copper, yeah, she's good. She's good.
Man, that
And
song. What
she's
was that
funny.
song?
She's funny as hell. And she's funny as hell, man. And she's
Man,
great.
I heard her, and she had that cat. I was on it for quite a while. She had that cap on her head. She had that cap on her head, and she was. I say, her and Sergeant. Did they ever hook up? Her and Sergeant. What? We got a marriage at works. I say, Sergeant came over here and gave me up. He done came and got him a whole nother white woman. He said, "Man, I don't want that black ass woman over there. I want this white woman. She beautiful too, and she seemed like she just fun."
She is. She's cool.
It's
She's cool.
fun. She one of those fun people. I say her and Sarge. And Sarge was happy too. I hope they do look up Sarge.
Okay, so I remember what it was. I'm gonna leave you guys with this.
Okay.
Like, in a relationship, if your significant other is doing something that you don't like and you don't bring it to their attention, it's going to destroy everything you're building. Just tell them. Say, hey, look, you're doing this. I don't like it. Fix it.
Yep.
You owe that to your relationship. You owe that to yourself.
Yep.
You owe that to who you are. 100%.
And you know what? I appreciate you leaving that with us, G2K. Thank you so much. I mean, this was such an uplifting, enlightening conversation until whether people believe it or not. Every conversation doesn't have to be so serious. Every conversation don't have to be so jokey, but somewhere in those conversations, I like to talk to people that can bring some common sense, that can bring some enlightenment, and this can give something that's on a positive side, even if you got to give somebody something negative. Learn how to lead people with something uplifting. Stop leaving people to the side like you a damn light pole down. Learn how to lift people back up. That's the problem with life. We learn how to lead people to the side, but we never go back and pick that person up. That person don't know how to pick themselves up, and then they bring kids in the world. And if you already leaning to the goddamn side, you just brought your kids in the world, and they about to lean with you. Just learn how to lift up, learn how to have conversations like this. And thank you again for doing that, because remember, we are on the men only. And this is normally what we talk about, stuff like this. If I'm not acting silly, you not now. Listen, G2K. Now that you see how I am, now do you really believe I love to come to karaoke night? Because I love music. Listen, I don't give a damn if it was a gospel song. I go to junkie night. Y'all better let that music.
So this coming up Sunday. So this past Sunday, I had somebody send in a donation and requested a song, but I didn't see it until I was already done with the show.
Ooh.
And I feel bad. So this Sunday, I will be fulfilling that song request, and I will be singing for Jersey, "Wind Beneath Our Wings." So just letting you know, it's probably not going to be as good as anybody else can sing, but you know what? I got it.
Hey, here's the thing. All you gotta do is make it do what he do. I mean, even though I know y'all want my voice, because I sing like Whitney Houston. Y'all better stop. Y'all better know it. I go to singing, man. You think Whitney and Patty on the stage? You better know
Nice.
it. That's how good I sing. Don't I
it.
sing good, G2K? G2K?
What's that, sweetheart?
Get your ass off my stage. I see every time you come here. Oh, get your ass good. Hey, sister wife, I'm gonna tell did he I be damned. Did he? Oh, Lord Jesus. Whoa. You ain't welcome back to my damn house no more. I'm only welcome to your house. He ain't welcome to our house no damn boy. And I mean every word. Did y'all see how that white man just exited the building on me like that? Man, I wish a white man would. Did y'all see what that white man did to me? And then look at this black one right here. Exactly what I said. Come on. Who is this man here coming here Listen, Mike, where you at, Mike? I don't know what the hell Mike done said. I know what Mike said. What Mike said was in the power store. Got to say, what you mean by that? So what Mike said, and I'm gonna take it back, y'all, because I know they probably think I wasn't paying attention. But what Mike said was it could be fun looking for the next wife. But y'all, what Power Store Inc. said, what you mean by that? And then Mike came in. Mike said, what I damn said. What you mean by that? So for me, I'm like, okay. What's going on up in here? I'm gonna tell y'all what's going on up in here because I haven't even been through the chat, but I definitely want to welcome old Mike into the chat. Hey there, Mr. Mike. Thank you for the coming into our men only lounge. It's nice to have you here. This is called the live lounge time with the queen in my mentalines. So thank you so much, Mike. So I first want to welcome you in, and you better know I'm going back up in that chat. And I'm going to read that chat because I know when Mike came in, Mike said, hello, queen. I know he did. I can tell. I can sense it. You don't see that. Man, y'all don't see that part on the side of Mike head. And he thinking about that thing like this. He said, what now? What now? Okay. Yes, I talk a lot, damn it. Y'all already know I talk a lot. Okay. But I'm going to defend Mike on this. Because Mike said he didn't explain himself. See, Mike got to find out who Mike the hell is now. Yeah, Mike flew in and didn't want to answer a damn question. He only said what he said, and I don't blame him. His hashtag said it. So Mike said, I have fun. It could be fun looking for the next wife. So what Mike is trying to say to Power Store, he trying to say out there looking for the next woman could be good, going on different dates, meeting different women, you know, having 1,000 making, listen, he get to pick through the cream of the crop. He get to throw them back and thump them if he feel like it, thump their ass to the side, you know. In other words, he get to play the field a little bit. He's still looking. But I got a question. Oh, did y'all see this man haul ass on me? This man hauled the hell ass on me, and now he got something to say. Let me see what's going on up here. See, I'm gonna say just like this because this time I know how to mind my business. Watch this, y'all. Watch this.
This is how we do it. Man, that's what we call G2K bomb. I just do what I'm asked. You told me to get my ass off your.
What the hell happened there? I had to kick somebody off my damn stage tonight. How people think they gonna come to your house? How they come to your house and disrespect you one time, two? How they come to your house and disrespect you 4 or 5 times like that? I mean, some people got some nerves. Hey, Temper. Temper said passing through. Night, everyone. You know what? Thank you, Temper. Because Temper, I was about to tell you about somebody, but we'll talk about that later, Temper. Thank you so much. Temper flew in just like this and say, hey, I'm just passing through. I want to tell y'all good night. Thank you so much, Temper. I definitely appreciate you passing through. But listen, Temper, we got to go back to this one right here. Mike said, thank you. He basically saying he get to have fun. But Mike, that song on again. That song right there, that song 25. I listen, I love that song. Y'all gonna say you love everything I do. Y'all better get y'all some damn Kool-Aid and love that too. This ain't nothing but Kool-Aid for all the people I need to welcome in. Hey, y'all know what? I guess I am so happy to see all my people. I didn't even tell all my people in the parking lot hello to all the parking lot pimps out there. Hey there, all my parking lot pimps. Hey there, all my parking lot pimpettes. I want to welcome y'all to my parking lot. And I got to tell y'all, like I used to tell y'all, this is not no damn show. This is actually me. This is not a show. This is who I am. This is exactly who I am. Okay, take it, leave it. But listen, I definitely want to welcome y'all in that's in the parking lot. Because people don't know there's a lot of parking lot pimps be hanging around out there. But they think just because they done came in my house, you know, you got one, I just had to kick one of them. He done disrespected me. I show him all the respect and homage I could show him. I finally had to say, get out of here. Don't ever come back again. I just had to run one away. I ran that ass away, Lord. I had to run that ass away. Yes, I did. I told him, don't you ever come back. Who done popped up here? Look at the disrespect. Look at this. Look at this. See that? You can't even invite people to your house, your crib. I invited this man to my crib. That's what I got. He listen, and then he had the nerve to come and knock on my door again, like I won't go postal. I went postal on him. I said, get out of here. Don't you ever come back over here again. But I wanted to tell, but you know what? I was gonna say, so Mike, okay, because I definitely listen. See, I'm married now. Thank you. You know what, Mike? I'm glad that I didn't go any further in the conversation because I was getting ready to actually say something else. I was about to say, but I'm still gonna say hell. Mike, when a person is like on the loose, like you're trying to say, should a person who's not committed to a particular relationship, do you think that how do you feel about when a man on the other side, because they're not committed, but they looking for someone? How do you feel about a man or even a woman when they're trying to find someone, but they dating multiple people? Like that right there, I promise you that always got to me. But I want to ask that question. I want to ask, is it right? Like, why do I see a lot of men doing it, but I know women does it too. Why, how is what I'm gonna say. How do people get in relationship? How do people say they're looking for committed relationships or they looking for someone, but they dating multiple people? Like that is so shocking to me because I just can't see it. It's like, well, how do you get to know a person if you got so many options like that? Especially if you even sleeping with them. I just be saying, I be begging the party. I beg the party, especially when a man tell me that they messing with multiple, they got other women friends, but they're looking for someone. How could you look for someone with so many? I mean, I would get it. I would definitely understand it if you're looking for someone and you're doing it one person at a time. But even if you're doing it one person at a time, like when you stop dealing with someone, what is the space between that? Like how do you look for a committed relationship dating multiple people? I'm confused. Okay, so that's what. Okay, so now I get it. What Sarge is saying is basically play on player. Because okay, so Sarge, are you see that? Listen at this. Mike say, I guess picking the weeds out. How could you pick the weeds out and you have multiple goddamn trees you getting weeds from? See, you looking at it, the weeds. No, I think that's multiple. I feel like, well, I guess you will be the tree. So yeah, okay, I could agree with you on the weed. If I want to think about it like that. That just see, no. Because I feel like for me, unless you're saying when you're dating someone or you're dating people, you're trying to get to know someone else. The question is, are you sleeping with all the women? That's the question. Or is the woman sleeping with all the men? Hold on one second. We got to come back to that, but I do got to let Addie Bug get on the stage because she's getting ready to go to bed. So I want to give her a shout out. I'm gonna come back to you, G2K. Let me give Addie Bug a shout out on the stage real quick. Hey, Addie Bug.
Hi, Queen.
How you doing? This is the positive path. How's everything going?
I'm good. Sick,
Okay.
but I'm good.
Huh?
I'm sick, but I'm
Oh my
doing good.
goodness. How are you feeling?
You like
Huh?
ass, to be honest.
Oh my god.
Not
Oh my goodness. Well, you know what? You need to take are you an hour behind or ahead?
no, we
Yeah, you
live in the
regular
same
time.
city.
Yeah, you regular time. Um, you know what? Did you take any medicine?
No, because I mean I have medicine, but my body's very specific, and the medicine that I was prescribed kind of made me feel worse.
Oh,
So
it
I'm
does.
just doing home remedies tomorrow.
You doing home remedies?
Yeah.
What kind of remedies?
My mom has like this homemade cough cough syrup, and then we do this. It's a concoction of basil, lemon,
Ooh.
um, honey tea, and pepper, and you like have to take like a shot of it every hour. It's supposed to help clean out your systems.
Oh
We've done
man.
it before. Yeah.
Oh my God. Well, I hope you feel better. G2K said you also got food poisoning on top of it.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
We don't need to talk about the raw hamburger.
That's right. I know that's right. What you got food poisoning from somewhere?
Yeah, so I'm not sure if I told you, but me and my parents, we went to go kayak at Rainbow River, and we went to Blue Gator. It's on the water by Rainbow River.
Oh,
And my
okay.
parents had been there, and I've never been there, and I wanted their salmon, but they were out of salmon. So the manager came out and says, "It's going to be on the house, whatever you want, you can have it. We don't have salmon." I was like, "Okay, let me get you 3 sliders." And so I'm just eating hush puppies, and I'm stealing some tater tots for my mom, and stealing some garlic knots for my dad. They bring out my burgers, and at this point I'm hungry, and I just start chowing down on them. I look at my burgers, the inside is completely pink, and I was like, "Oh no!" Just ate raw
Oh, yeah, you
burger.
told me about you told me something about that. Yeah,
Yeah,
it turned your stomach off.
it really. I was dead in the car. I told my mom, I was like, "Mom, I'm listening to music. Don't touch me. Don't talk
Oh,
to me."
oh my goodness. I could just imagine, man. I mean, especially because stuff like that would turn me off to certain things that once it turned me off, it took a while for me to kind of like get over it.
Yeah. I
Yeah,
mean, I'm doing better with food poisoning, but then I'm also, due to changes in weather, I have a very weak immune system. So
right.
because of that, my body's very weak when it comes to changing in weather. And since we're getting to hurricane season, my body's starting to try to transition. So I have cobblestones, I'm runny nose because of allergies, because I got flowers blooming. And then I've been smacked in multiple places by dogs. So I'm like in
Oh my
pain.
God.
It's been really bad.
Wow. Well, you know what? I'm glad that you sound like you're trying to feel a little bit better, and I definitely hope you feel better. And take that medicine that your mom made for you too. I mean, you should have been getting you some rest. You
I did.
definitely.
I got quite a bit of rest today. Once I got with well, I actually couldn't complete school today because my system shut down
Oh, okay.
for school. But I actually did rest all day. I had like ice packs
Oh, good.
on. I didn't train dogs, and I think I did like 6 chores outside, and it took me like 2 hours. And then I came back inside, and I laid on my couch for like 35 minutes, and I got back up and did more chores.
Right, right. Well, you know what? I'm glad that you made some sort of the best out of at least feeling better, or trying to get not feeling better. You made the best out of trying to get some rest.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm glad
Trying to
that you
get rest is the hardest thing for me to do because like there's so much to get done,
got.
especially since
Yeah.
a company coming over Friday, and
Oh, okay.
one of my dad's friends are gonna be in my room, like sleeping in my room while I'm sleeping on the couch.
Oh, wow.
My room
Oh man. So, are you
right
ready
now.
to give up your bed?
No. My room is a disaster because I'm in the process of completely reorganizing my room. like
Right.
completely, like everything
Uh-huh.
is like getting moved out, and I'm like redoing my floors because I'm going with hard floors and get my carpet out. I'm adding new different shelves everywhere. I'm adding some posters, LEDs everywhere. I'm getting a gaming setup for a YouTube channel.
Right. Okay.
Getting a fan put up because I got a broken head ceiling light thingy, and then I gotta fix my closet door because my brother came in my room and tripped over my dog's bowl, Minnie's dog bowl, and
Right.
broke my closet door. Like it's completely off its hinges.
Right.
So
You
I
know
have
what?
to.
Yeah.
It's just a mess.
Oh my goodness, girl, you gotta listen. Whew. You be having a full schedule.
That's props. I'm also working on a farm.
My good, yeah. And then you got to go and work on the farm. SAR said, just go crazy and get like, I don't know, 47 minutes of rest tomorrow, Addie. That'll do it. He need
Yeah,
to
I
get
don't know if I'll get that long. I got 8 dogs. I don't know if I'll get that much rest. I got 8 dogs I gotta deal with because I gotta train 2 dogs, give all my dogs vaccines and vaccinations, and then I have to collect feces samples and then go to the vet's office, drop off 3 of my dogs, come back home, get dressed to go to a doctor's appointment, come back home to work on school, and then I have to go back out to get some more filing done at the DMV, come back, wait for my parents to get home, and then I have to go to a doctor's appointment for my dad.
Oh my
So
goodness. Well,
it's a crazy week.
it's a crazy time because what you need to be doing is going to get into bed so that you could get you some damn rest.
Yeah.
You need to go and get you some rest. You got such a busy day until hell. Your day is worse than a truck driver. Your day is worse than a truck driver because I mean, at least all the truck driver got to do. I mean, it's more than just all, but the truck driver got to pay attention to the road and drive. You got to get dogs. You got to get feces. You got to get shots. You got to get a meal. You got. I'm not. Listen. You got a lifetime of getting. Sorry, say, can I pet the dog?
No, you cannot. It would not end up well, Sarge. I'm sorry.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Listen.
Oh, Queen, I forgot to tell you. So we took my Malinois Blue. We took her out for the first time, and we're walking in Lowe's, and she was doing so well. This one man comes out the corner. He has a beard, he's clearly been working and stuff. She starts growling and scares the dude so bad he ran into a board that he was holding.
What?
I laughed so hard, and then I said, "Are you okay?" And he's like, "Yeah, I'm fine." And my dad just has my dog by her collar, and I'm just sitting there laughing.
Right.
I'm a horrible person.
Oh my goodness. Oh my
But I'm so used to people being afraid of my dogs because our male people. Yeah, our male people have to come to our fence, and my dogs charge the fence. They throw our packages over the fence.
Is they scared of the dogs?
They're terrified of the Which the dogs can't jump the fence. They're not going to do that because they're all trained to, and if they do, they get their collars or electric fence wired. So if they get a certain distance away from the house, they will get shocked. So they won't, they don't jump the fence. They know better. The only animal that jumps our fence is the donkey, and he's an idiot.
Oh my goodness.
I'll send you pictures of the donkey that we got. His name's Brad.
Oh my God. Yeah, you know what? Maybe tomorrow. I'll be on tomorrow at 1:30. So maybe if you want, you can come on and show those pictures then. Because I definitely want to see those dogs, but I need you to surprise me because I'm gonna give you like a couple more minutes, but I'm gonna drop you off. Are you about to go to bed or no?
Yeah, I'm going to bed. I gotta get up at 6:45 in the morning tomorrow. I'm going to a college thing early. I'm gonna go talk to a college professor. They're possibly getting into his online class.
Oh, okay, good. That's, you know what? And make sure you
More
come and check
school.
in. Yeah, make sure you come and listen. Make sure you come and check in with me and let me know what you got going on over there, girl. Let me give me an update on how your day going.
Of course, Queen. I got you.
Okay, and you know what? I'm gonna talk to you later. I'm gonna get back to these old mini men and see what these men over here talk about. I ain't want to talk about it while you was up on stage, so I'm gonna get back to these men and see what they got going on over here in this chat, because it's a couple chatty wagons that I have to go here and I have to discuss with these fellas and see what in the hell is going on up in here. So
Yeah.
anything you want to say to the chat? Anything you want to say to these the panel of men before you leave, or to our parking lot pimps and pimpettes?
Well, I might as well just say my channel, like little outro, I guess. Growth is painful, change is painful, but nothing is more painful than being somewhere where you don't belong. So find your spot, find your space, be yourself, and don't change yourself for others.
That's right.
Because you won't ever be happy in the end. And also remember, you don't have to see the whole staircase. Take one step at a time. Because if you see it at once, you're overwhelmed. So might as well go one step.
And you know what? We definitely appreciate you for their word of encouragement. We definitely gonna send some of my. Listen, I'm gonna send you. That's right. Give it to them just like that. And I'm gonna send you some of my strength so that you can make sure you accomplish all your tasks tomorrow. Bless you. Make sure you can accomplish your tasks tomorrow. So we're gonna tell you good night, Addie Bug. And we'll be on tomorrow at 1:30 open panel if you want to come with your conversations, because we definitely going to chime in on why this job corps situation is out of control and so many job corps are closing because of no funding. So we're going to tackle that tomorrow. So if you want to come in tomorrow and chime in, child, we'll talk to you then.
I got you. I got so much drama with what's going on. I got so much crap. I got you.
Okay, so listen. Make sure you're here. I'll be in at 1:30 tomorrow. And I will be at 1:30 tomorrow. So I'll be here at 1:30. ... That's 3 dots and how many T's?
3.
You see, you said T's, it's 3 D's and 3 dots, right? I told you.
Period.
So that's 3 D's and how many dots?
3. And that's
right,
on what? Period.
Period. Good night, Edbug.
Night, everyone. Stay
Good
safe.
Night. Okay. Yes, we back. Thank you, Addie Bug. We're going to talk to you another time. I said a period. That's 3 D's and 3 dots. I want to get back. So G2K said, players going to play, haters going to hate. That's why I do as I want. Now, G2K, okay. I'm going to let that one go. Okay. I was about to say now, Mr. G2K. And then he came back. He caught it before I could get to it. As long as the wife say so. Sarge said, yeah, your son. Oh, that's when he was talking about Addie Bug. Get the feeling better. And then Mike say, I have dated ladies I never married until I found the right one. So let me ask you, hey, Mike, which one do you think men fear of? Choosing the right woman, committing to the right woman, or both or none? I want somebody to answer that, because I had asked that question. Somebody asked that question and I gave my answer. So I want to know, to the men on the panel, tell me, which one do men fear? Choosing a woman, committing to the woman, both or none, or one of them? I definitely, I listen, I'm gonna sit here just like this. I'm gonna do just like y'all do me. Wait for the next thing. I'm sitting right here and I'm gonna see who gonna answer that in the chat. Which what do men fear? Men, what do you fear? Choosing the woman, committing to the woman, or both, or none? And while I'm waiting for anybody to answer that question, come on, Power, you can answer it too. Do a man fear choosing a woman, committing to a woman, both, or none? So far, Insatiable answered, and Insatiable said both. Now, you know, Insatiable, I want to know why you say both, but I'm going to accept your both because that's a part of it. But I would want to know why you said both, but I know that's a lot to input right there. And then you got, and this is what made me ask the question, because I was on, again, another panel, and that was one of the poll questions. So I just want to hear what some of this is. Sarge said, I got to go all the way down. I'm doing it. Sarge said, in all honesty, I don't fear anything. It all comes down to if a man is even looking to get a woman. If looking, then both come to play. Sarge said, for him, both of them will come into play. Just like Insatiable also said, both of them will come into play. Mike said, as I've gotten older, I don't fear either before I got married. Just like that. Okay. Power didn't say anything. Power just put the eyes on y'all ass. Power, you should have answered. Power is not only our guest tonight, Power is the winner of YouTube's first 2025 small channel talent search. You're looking at the winner. She's here tonight. So we definitely want to tell her thank you. And we definitely want to welcome her in the community of Saiddit, baby. You better know it. That's that sector. Said it. Because we said it, goddamn it, and we meant it. Just like Mike said, he meant it. As I've gotten older, I don't fear either. Okay. Sarge said, in all honesty, I don't fear anything. So you know what? Power said, I'm just observing, Queen. Go on. Power said, I don't want to. Yeah. Power said, I don't want to get in that. Power said, I don't want to get in that. Because let me tell you, I got my big ass in it. Yes, I did. I got in the middle of it. And I said, if anybody want to know my answer, so I put my answer in the chat. Now, I know my men on the panel now. Y'all know they going, I don't give a damn. I'm saying what I said. You better know it. I'm going to say, I said, I feel men fear commitment. Mike said, when I was younger, okay. I'm telling you. And you know what? Mike said it. Mike, but now, and that's what the point is. I'm glad I'm talking to my men about it, because I felt like it was commitment. And some of the ladies that were on the stage were saying they feel like men fear choosing. I say, man, fear choosing. How do they fear choosing and they the one chose you? I mean, because when y'all go and y'all looking for a woman, oh, I choose this one right here. That's a part of choosing, if you ask me. So I wanted to know, how did choosing become, and how did choosing take precedence over commitment? Most men don't want to commit in one relationship like that. So I was like, they chose all y'all ass. And listen, and even when a man choose you, that don't mean he committed to you. That's what people don't understand too, and vice versa. It ain't just about a man. To me, it's about a woman too. And the reason why I felt like it was commitment, I mean, me again, I'm not raised with women. I'm raised with all men. My daddy raised me with my brothers. And I used to look at them and I'm like, these jumpers, they don't commit to none of these dumbass women. But they done already chose the woman. But they just would not commit. They would not commit. They would not commit. So when I looked at what I'm used to seeing, I thought it was commit. Now, as they got older, it was a whole nother story. As they got older and as they matured. So now when I look at one of my brothers, I can say this about him. But one of my brothers, I can say, okay, I feel like my brother now now he's talking about choosing the right one and committing. So I can understand both on that level as a mature man. I can understand both on that level as a man that's been there, done that. I can understand that on the level of a man that's waiting and ready to commit. I can understand it on those levels, but at most men, I ain't gonna say I understand that. And the thing of it is, even the guys that were on the stage, I'm like, I need to go back to my own goddamn house. Because sometimes you go visiting people's house, I promise you, you get up with black pants, you go to their house with black pants on, you come out their damn house, they just is dirty and filthy. And I'm saying to myself, every time I come, it's like, come on, man, y'all. I mean, like for real. Like what we got going on over here. And listen, and y'all go, when y'all look at me on the stage, I just be giggling at these people. And I'm saying to myself, please. Like, why do I need to answer certain questions for a man? I promise y'all, it's gonna take me back. These men asked the question. It was supposed to be a men versus women. I'm like, man, this ain't no damn men versus women. This y'all want women to talk to y'all about what y'all want. But I don't want a man that need me to solidify what he want. Well, I wouldn't mind a man telling me what he want. And either I'm understanding what he want and I'm willing to give those wants if I could. I can understand that. But why would I, as a woman, need to sit in front of men and say, okay, men, I know what you want. You want Because when I think about it, a lot of the times, if you ask the average man what a woman want, because these men over there saying, oh, women want a man. One of the main things that men want, that women want. Now he answering for women now. One of the main things that a woman want is a man that can protect her. And then when the other two ladies that decided to join, because I was sitting there, of course, you know how they do, child. They go to sitting down and they see me up there. Oh, but y'all just don't know. But Jesus, I sit on the stage. Listen, I could look at this channel. I go to these people's house, right? And I'm sitting there for 3-4 minutes. Not a woman hit that stage. Not a half an inkling. I go on that damn stage. I say, whoo, what I done did, magnifying glass. They go to do it like this on the stage. And then don't let me be on the stage. Now hear this, y'all. This what y'all not going to believe. Don't let me be sitting on the stage, actually outright defending the women on the other side, and they'll still come on the stage to come for me. I say, if you don't sit your little scallywag ass down, I know something. You brought your happy ass on this stage for what again? You must not be listening. You must just be looking at me saying, damn, man, I'm about to go and get her because none of them men can seem like they can handle her. So let me get my dumb ass up there. I'm like, girl, You of all people didn't think you could come and challenge me like that. Why do you think I sit amongst men? If you want to act like you know something, sit amongst men. You can't sit amongst women and know nothing like that. You might as well let them win. I say, listen, I don't want to talk to them. If women get to the damn stage, I'll be like this. Because it's no fun. It's no fun. God damn it. It's no fun. God damn it. I told y'all it ain't no damn fun when I got to sit on the stage with all the women like that. And you be sitting there like, I'll be wanting to say, Harpo, did you offer any kind of water? Because man, it'd be something else. I could literally be hard down defending the women. Let me bring Sarge to the stage. Let's like this. Watch this, y'all. Watch this. Listen, women. I know y'all out there in my parking lot. Listen. Hey, Sarge.
I had to come up here and stop you from spewing all this bullshit you're spewing, man.
Oh no. Let me wait a minute. Go ahead now. Go ahead now.
I'm just teasing.
No, you should, man. I thought you was for real. I was about to put my damn glasses on.
No, I just came up to get my point of view on where I think things are today and why they are the way they are today.
I definitely want to hear it.
So I think, and I don't even think it's a generational thing. I think it kind of goes across the board for everybody now, right? Because I'm going to say for the last, I don't know, 15 years, maybe even 20 years, there's this whole thing in society about, emasculating men and, the whole, and I'm not saying I'm not for equality with women, right? So don't twist words, right?
You say what you got to say about what I say. Just say it, get it off your chest.
Well, I'm just saying this whole, we want equality. And that's been a thing, that's been a movement, right? That's been going on for, 20 years. Good. I mean, right. Heavy for 15 years anyway. Period. And now that, there is some equality out there. Again, I you and I had this conversation before a week or so ago, right? About how I think society as a whole, and I'm not going to go left, right, or middle, right? I'm not going to bring politics into it, but I think society as a whole is trying to make men more and more and more and more feminine in their role instead of being a man and what a man ought to be and what a man ought to stand for. And again, I might get hate on this, right? But this I'm not. I mean, that's how I feel based on. I mean, I'm 60 years old, man. I've been around the block a couple of times, right? And I've been around the world, so I've seen a lot and I've been through a lot. And, there are certain things there's certain things a man should do. You know what I mean? There's certain things a man should stand for. And when you start taking that away from them and cutting them off at the knees, then, I think there's too many women out there today that don't want a man to be a man, but then want to bitch about the man not being a man. Well, you can't have it both fucking ways, like you can't have it both ways. So I think that's one part, right? That I don't think a lot of men are being brought up either by the families or even by our society to truly be a man. Right. I'm just going to say it that way, right? Then you got the other side, there's a lot of females out there that don't want to be a man to be a man, right? Like I just said before. So this whole, demasculating, I think I'm saying that wrong. Demasculating, emasculating, whatever it is, making men feel more feminine. I mean, if you look at like growth charts over the last, say, 60 years, and you look at like what a man's build was 60 years ago to what the typical man's build is today, men 60 years ago used to be big and burly and hair all over their body, right? Muscular. You look at most men today, they're thinner, they're smaller, they're shorter, they don't have as much hair on themselves. So, I mean, it's kind of like it's things are changing, right? So, yeah. Anyway, I think there's a lot of, again, the whole you can't Yeah, whoever just said that's right, because they're not, they were raised on video games, right? Instead of being out in the real world. Or they don't come from, and I'm probably going to catch hate for this too, but they don't come from a nuclear family anymore. You know, there's so many families out there that don't have men raising the kids. You know, they're in all ethnicities, right? Not just one ethnicity, but in all ethnicities. So emasculating. Thank you, Power. I knew what I was wanting to say. It just wasn't coming out right. But yeah, I think a lot of that is going on as well. And so when you look at men today that are looking to date or find a mate or find a woman, right? Let's just talk men and women here, right? Because that's what we're talking about, right? Then they know what they're wanting to go after, but at the same time, I think most men of today, especially younger men, I think they're intimidated by strong women. They're intimidated by confident women. And you tack that on top of the women being strong and being confident. And then, you know, you look at them going, well, wait, that's what I got to choose from. You know what I mean? And then you got the men going, well, wait, that's what I got to choose from. And it scares them and it intimidates them. I think we're at a dangerous pass in our like country and potentially world, but definitely in our country. I think we're at a stage where if we don't start figuring out, you know, I'm sorry, man, I'm old school. I'm 60 years old, man. There are certain, like, a man should be a fucking man. A man should protect his wife, his woman, his wife, his family. You know, we are protectors. We are fighters by, I mean, that's in our DNA, man, back to caveman times, you know, hunters and gatherers, right? I mean, that stuff doesn't just stop. So when men start being primed to be something that they're not, and to be emasculated,
right? Yeah,
that starts playing a role. That starts coming into it, you know. So, and I think there's a lot of women these days that, and I'm not saying this to catch hate, but there's a lot of women these days that are like, I don't need a man. I don't need a man, you know, but they want a man, really, but they feel like they got to say, I am woman. Hear me roar. I am confident. I can take the world on by myself. I don't need no damn man.
right.
Yeah, we do. I mean, if you don't, well, then our species is going to die out, you know? So I don't know.
Yes, you do know. And you know what? And hearing that, Sarge, from a male's perspective, that's definitely understandable, because I hear it a lot, or I heard it a lot hear it a lot too from my brothers. But one of my brothers are still married from college, and the other one of my brothers went through a few divorces, and it's all about choosing the wrong people, because I feel like where it started from the beginning, it start when you pick the wrong person for sight. And I know that's just a part of it, because that's the natural reaction to humans. I mean, in order to be attracted to someone, if you don't know them from the other side, the first impression you get is how they look. And I think sometimes that trend off. And because you got that person because of the way they look, I feel like that person, if they're not natural with who they are, and you know, a natural look that they're always giving, then you find yourself dealing with someone that might be a little deceitful, not intentionally, meaning because you catch them with makeup on, you catch them dressed up, you're catching this and catching that. And then over time, you start peeling back these layers that you already didn't like. And with those layers of looks also come layer of attitude, layer of this, layer of that. But I feel like a lot of times it started off wrong from the beginning, because on both sides, a lot of times start giving away something that they know they can't continue.
Yeah.
Because a lot of times,
I mean, it's always going to be a visual thing first.
Exactly.
I mean, that's. I mean, you're attracted by what you see.
Exactly.
You know, you either don't. You can grow to love somebody that wasn't what you were looking for, but you know, if we're all being honest, the first thing that draws one person to another is their looks.
Correct.
And I don't care what your sexuality is, right? That still is the same across the board. So,
yeah. I definitely agree with you on that. And you know what? I always seem to have.
Yeah, I agree with what Power says. Is Power female?
Yes.
Okay. Hey, Power, nice to meet you. But I agree with what she's saying there, and that's kind of what I was trying to say too. Is she said, you know, I'm confident, and I'll never say I don't need a man. It's
Yeah.
about a duality, right? And
Yeah.
and I think that's what it comes down to, and that's kind of what I was getting to before, is the whole duality of what do we bring to the relationship, you know? G2K said it perfectly before, because that's the way I've always said it. I've never viewed relationships as 50-50, because one day they might be 70-30, 80-20, 60-40, 50-50, right? So, you know, you have to kind of be there to lean on each other when, you know, somebody else needs to be picked up a little bit, you know? But going back to the, you know, what you were talking about before about commitment, I don't know that I was never one. I'm probably not a good example to use, though, because by the time I was 19, I was, you know, a Marina daddy and married. So, you know, it's not like I was out there really like playing the field so much, but,
Right.
you know, commitment was never an issue for me, and commitment isn't why I left my marriage after,
Right.
you know, like I said, 23 years, but we were together 27, you know, high school sweethearts and all that. Right. And then, you know, a couple serious relationships that I was in after my marriage, and it was never about commitment to me. And I don't remember who said it in chat earlier, but there was one gentleman in there saying, she cheats on me, I'm gone, I don't care. Right. And I think there's so much of that happens in our society today that was really looked down upon, you know, a couple generations ago, right? Like, if you cheated on somebody, you were either a piece of shit man, or you were a slut or a hoe if you're a female, right? And it's not viewed like that as much anymore, you know?
No.
It's just not. So
it's not the same. The titles aren't the same.
No, and I think that point alone, my take on that anyway, I think that plays a lot into relationships and dating these days.
Right.
You know, because yeah, I'm into you, you're into me, we're getting together, we're dating, but I think it's always in the back of the other one's mind, okay, who's going to be unfaithful? Who's going to be slipping out to the club when, you know, they say they're over at their friend's house, or, you know, who said they're working late, but really they're out, you know, taking some other chick out or some other guy out, whatever, you know? So I think a lot of that comes to kind of play into that as well. And I'm not saying you know, that didn't exist 60 years ago, because it did, but, you know, it wasn't as prevalent, or at least it wasn't as out in the open as it is, you know?
Correct.
Like, people don't care anymore these days. You know, I mean, I know so many people that are dating that I mean, dating used to mean something, right? Dating used to mean commitment. And I think there's too many people today that look at dating like, that's who I'm with this week, you know, or this month, instead of, you know, yeah, I'm all in. We're not married yet, but I'm all in. She's mine, I'm hers. You know, we're a pair, we're a couple, you know. I don't know. I don't think that it's relationship wise. And I'll be honest with you, that's one of the reasons I'm not looking these days. You know, it's not because I'm 60. I mean, I know I'm not some Adonis looking dude, but I get women hit on me all the time, you know?
Right.
And I'm not saying that arrogantly. I'm just saying that from a, you know, if I wanted to be dating, and if I wanted to be out in the dating pool, I wholeheartedly could be.
Yeah,
I don't want to be. I don't want to be, because it looks so ugly to me right now that I don't even want to be out there. One, I got my own shit I'm, you know, working on and trying to better for myself. So that takes up a good chunk of my time. But, you know, I have no interest in dating right now. None. Like zero. And it's not because I'm 60 years old. It's because I have been around the block. You know, I've been through the marriage thing. I've been through serious relationships where I almost got married again, you know, twice actually. And, you know, it's just not, it's not somewhere I'm in my life right now. So I'm not looking to, you know, to be there. I'm not rolling it out. I'm not saying I won't ever fall in love again in the future or even get married again. I'm not rolling that out, but I'm also being a realist and going, damn, I like my life the way it is right now. You know, like I'm just being honest, you know, I do what I want, when I want, with who I want, where I want, you know. I've been intentionally single now for about 13, 14 years. I don't know that I could cohabitate with another human being at this point. I'm being serious, man. Like, I don't know that I could actually live with somebody else right now, you know?
You know what? That's interesting that you said that. But can I ask you a question? Because I
Sure.
mean, goddamn, thought you done unloaded so much of me until I say, nah, I do
No,
it.
I'm an open book. Like I said, I'm sure there's some things that probably, you know, I'm probably pissing people off, or, you know, think I got some, you know,
Who gives a damn?
backwoods way of looking at something, but, you know, I'm just being honest. That's how I view and see stuff.
I
But
don't
yeah, I'm
give
an open book, man. Go ahead, ask me a question.
no. What I was saying was you done unloaded so much on me until I actually could have asked a whole lot of questions. But
Oh, okay, I'll shut up.
yeah, no. You know, I thought me and you made a deal. Me and you made a deal that whenever you come over here, what do?
Well, ask your first question then.
You say whatever you got to say, right?
Which I
Don't
did.
be talking about who gives a damn if somebody don't like what you say? Do you know how many people don't like what I say? But hashtag said it. Listen, out of everything
Don't
you
care.
unloaded on me, I just want to ask you this part right here. From what all you've been through, honestly, do you feel like you were healed in your heart from the way you were treated by women?
Oh, absolutely.
You
Absolutely.
feel like you were healed?
100%. I'm not looking for something because I'm hurt or I'm still hurt or I didn't get over something that happened, right?
Right.
You know, I can honestly say, and I'm probably one of the lucky ones, right? Like throughout my marriage, my marriage didn't break up because I was unfaithful or she was unfaithful. Neither one of us were, right? The two serious relationships that I had after my marriage, those didn't end because of infidelity on either part. And I dated a few other people in between there that I wouldn't consider it being, you know, a serious relationship.
Right,
you know,
right.
we were just dating, right? And those didn't stop because infidelity on either side. So I've been lucky in the standpoint that I've never been in a relationship and you know, it ended because somebody fucked around on somebody, you know. So I've been very lucky on that front, and I know that. So
thank you. You know what? In my little couple of relationships, I've never been through it. And even being married over 30 something years, happily separated now, I've never, and people, and I say the average person probably would think that's not true. I've never, my right-handed guy,
I haven't either.
I don't know how it feels. I don't know how it feels to go through the cheating thing, but a lot of my friends and stuff have gone through it. But I have a question for you, Sarge, because you know I always got to come back and slap somebody in the head on the other side. But I have a question for you. I know you say that you feel like you were healed, but when you say that dating pool looks really, really dark for you right now, why would the dating pool look dark for you if you know that everything is okay right now? Like, what makes the dating pool look dark for you?
Solely two things. Good question. Two things. One, I'm not looking, and that's huge, right? If I were looking at and you know, felt like, oh man, there's nothing out there for me, well then that would be a whole different story, right? But yeah, I saw Mike's comment.
I mean, come on.
If I were looking, then
it's off. Go ahead.
Yeah, it would be, you know, it would be a different thing. But I'm not looking, so that's one. But the other part of my answer was because I've got a really wide spectrum of friends. A lot of people in the panel might not know it or might see this in the future when they rewatch it or whatever. But, you know, I'm a photographer on the side as well. I've done professional photography for 16 years now, right? And so, I mean, I have as many friends 21 years old as I do 60 years old, you know?
Okay.
So I know, I mean, intimately, no, not intimately sex, but like intimately as friends and people that, you know, I've come to know in my life that, I mean, across that whole spectrum of ages, and I hear them all. Like I'm also that guy that people come to when they need a shoulder to lean on or to talk to or be a sounding board. You know, just that. I guess that's just my personality. You know, I guess I draw people to me, right? So I hear them all like talking about, especially the last 5 years. Oh my God, the horror stories that I hear from like the people that are out there in the dating world and the shit that's going on and the stuff that they're going through. I'm like, thank God I'm not looking. Thank God I'm not trying to be out there dating, you know, because like it sounds like there's a whole lot of mess going on, you know. And again, I think a lot of it comes back to societal norms and what's been, kind of put down on, this is what to be expected from you. This is what's to be expected from that person, and I think a lot of all that comes into play, but, so did I answer your question? I mean, that's.
They go always giving half-assed answers, but I always say,
Well, no, I gave you it. I'm not looking.
No, you
I'm
did.
not looking. No, hang on.
I promise you, I promise you did answer the question.
I did.
But
Okay.
you already know me. I'm always slapping somebody in the damn head
Okay.
again. But I have a question for you. Well, it ain't even really a question for you. I'm gonna make a statement. For me,
okay.
No. In like the last 13 years, has anyone crossed your path that even remotely came to a situation where you could possibly think that they could have been the right person for you?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Two actually. One was a geographical challenge. They live in Oregon.
Okay.
And it just geographically wasn't going to work out with just families because, I have kidults. My kids are 40 and 37, and I have 4 grandkids, and just honestly, I'm not looking to move across country from them because I'm over on the East Coast. Right. So,
Right.
As much as I would like, the photographer me would love to live in like Oregon in the Pacific Northwest. Right. It's just, I didn't want to be that far away from my grandkids, because I see them every weekend. I go to their, I coached 4 sports for 10 years when my kids were younger. I ran the athletic club at my, at my
Right.
school, so I want to be involved in my grandkids' lives, even if it's just from being a spectator at this point. Right.
Right.
So that was a big part of that one. And then she had the same thing. Like it just didn't make sense for her to come here because she had her family there, and it was weird how we met. We met online, but not like on a dating site. It was kind of like this, just some like online. Actually, it was a podcast. It was a podcast that we both watched, and through the comments section, and she ended up messaging me, and I messaged her back privately, and we kind of hit, Anyway, it was a whole long story, but yeah. So I mean, there was definitely potential there. I mean, I think that we would have both been good mates for each other. It was just, honestly, that was about the biggest thing was family was the big divider, but it was big enough for both of us that we knew that that was never going to happen. It would never happen because of that, so, which kind of sucked, because like I said, I'm not against, falling in love again or getting married again, like I said, I was in 2 other serious relationships. I was engaged in one of them, so I almost did get married again, and what's weird is, and I'm not going to get into the whole thing, but so I was with my ex-wife for 27 years, right? We started dating when I was like 14 and she was 13, or I was 15 and she was 14, whatever. She's a year younger than me. But so we were together for 27 years. She's the mother of my 2 kids, right? Like I just wrote the eulogy and read the eulogy for her grandma or for her mom that we buried last week, right? I mean, so we've been involved in each other's lives basically almost all of our lives, right? And we will, because we have kids together and grandkids together, but the girl that I was engaged to after my marriage, that breakup was harder on me and took me probably twice as long to get over than my marriage ending, because I think that girl, oddly enough, I think she was my actual soulmate.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Like, I mean, I can still say to this day, like I love my ex-wife, right? I will always have love in my heart for my ex-wife. She's a good person. She's a great woman. She was a great mother and she's a great grandmother, right? We just didn't fit anymore together, and there's obviously 100 reasons for that, but the girl that I dated after her that I almost got married to, I truly, and she said the same thing. Like, I truly think we were soulmates. And I'm not going to get into the big whole long story about why that relationship didn't work out. Right.
You don't have to.
That was weird. I'm going to be honest with you. That one, if I'm being honest, that we were together about 5 years, and it took me probably, if I'm being completely honest, that took me about another 5 years after her after
Yeah.
we like ended our relationship to like truly be able to say that I was healed from me and her not working out, you know? So yeah, because there was hurt there. Because like I said, I truly think we were soulmates. And that sucks. Because there's that big argument. Everybody says, well, if you're soulmates, you go to the end of the earth to make it work and fix it. And
You can't
life
sometimes.
doesn't always happen that way. You know?
Yeah, sometimes there's obstacles in the way that'll stop you from doing that. And I
Yeah.
probably can relate to that one. When you and honestly, and I'm glad that you touched on that. And what people don't understand, sometimes when you're having a conversation with someone and you're, you know, like you and I are having a leisure conversation, everything you say don't have to be, oh, why did you do this? Why did you do that? No, it's certain key points that you
Right.
should hit on. And a good key point that you're hitting on right now is, my question to Sarge was, you know, in 13 years, did you remotely come close? And what we got out of him even saying that he remotely came close is he finally can say that he know he was in one of the relationships where he could feel that it really was soulmate energy. So that lets me know that I do feel if the right person come along again, Sarge will probably change that, but it has to be something that's so natural and organic, and like it's something that you honestly that you can't even speak of. Like you can get with
Right.
someone and you honestly fit like such a glove until you will be able to see it again. That wait a minute, it don't matter. This time I can't live without this one. Like, and
Right.
you'll notice that those magnets will always pull you back together, and you'll notice that those magnets can never be apart. I don't care how you scrape it and scrub it. And what he's saying is, it tells me, okay, wait a minute. Sarge, he say he healed. Who is anybody to question that? Because you can be in a state of peace, and people don't understand. I'm gonna give you a perfect example of you might have thought that I wasn't gonna be able to relate to you, but that's why you got to sit back and you got to listen to people, and then you got to find in you what can relate or what not relate, but how y'all can mend this. When Sarge says, and it's gonna be people out there that don't get this unless you're in this predicament or in this situation. Honestly, when you find peace, you can come across so many different people, even if you accept their offer to go on a date, even if you accept their offer to talk on the phone. When you find peace and you know you found peace in your heart,
Right.
you ain't gonna be able to fit with nobody that's not like a glove. It's not that you being picky. It's not that you're trying to choose. It's not that you're being dismissive. You just know, wait a minute, that ain't the type of energy that
That
I
ain't
can
it.
because I don't want to get in another situation where we pulling and tugging and we pulling and we
Right.
tugging and we pulling. You want to be like this with a person where it don't matter. It don't matter. Y'all mesh so much like a glove until you coming for each other and you finally stick just like that. And I know what you're saying, Sarge, because you might think that I'm joking, but if you go back and look at my videos, the amount of men, and I promise you, I'm not tooting my own horn, but I'm damn sure not taking it off the steering wheel because a horn is to be there for a reason. Everywhere I go, I run into so many men. I'm talking about and people wouldn't understand why I'm at peace on the inside, because when you know you feel like who you feel, you could be the ugliest person in the world. But when you find peace on the inside, you can still shoo a man along. I don't give a damn if they feel like, oh, he the best looking thing on this earth. If you ain't feeling it because you done found peace and you know that you being guided the right way now and you could take your time. I don't give a damn if I got to leave this earth. That's what you would do in order to keep your peace. And so many men come for me, Sarge, and you won't believe it. I am not interested. And I'm like, wait a minute. If I deal with
trust me, I get it 100%. Yeah.
you will feel that. And people will say, oh, because you're not healed. Healed, why? Hey. If I wasn't healed, why wouldn't I be able to tell you that? Like,
see that, but you know what? Can I add something to that?
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's a fucking cop out that pisses me off, honestly.
Yes.
It literally, because I got a friend, I got a female friend right now who ironically is in that same state, right? Of the girl that I mentioned before. It's not her, somebody completely different. We met through friend of a friend kind of thing, right? And she wants more and I don't. And she knows why, and she's a great lady, you know. I mean, she's an awesome lady, but because I don't want to take it to that next level more than just being good friends with her, she says that shit to me. Oh, well, you're still healing. No, I'm not. Like you said, I've been at peace for many fucking years, man. It's not that. It's not that I'm, I still have hurt or I'm healing. I don't feel for you the same way you feel for me. I value your friendship. I love you as a person, right? But I'm not in love with you. And I'm never going to be in love with you, right? Because like we don't fit that way,
Because you felt it by now.
You may feel that way, but I don't. And that's what I was saying. What pisses me off if somebody's not into you, the way that you're into them, and they come back with that, oh, well, you still must be healing. No, fuck that shit. No, I'm not. I've done been healed, man. Like that's why I can tell you up front. No, that's what you want is never going to happen, right? I'm never going to be at that place. I'm never going to be at that station that you want me to be at. So you either accept that we're, really good friends and can talk to each other about anything and be confidants in each other, right? Yeah. She can lean on me, I can lean on her, but we're never going to be a couple,
Exactly. And people, when I tell you, people don't get that. And when you go through something, see, everybody expect for someone to say that they healed by being able to look at them because, oh, I see when you got shot, so I know you healed because you don't go to that club no more. That's not goddamn it healing. That doesn't mean that's what you're healing. Healing for me, from what I went through 3 years ago, where I dropped off the world and still left them behind. Right now, people wouldn't get it.
I'm going to go off camera for a minute. I'm still here. I'm just going to go off camera.
Go ahead. I feel like I am literally walking on the earth by my damn self a lot of the time. I feel like I don't mind. I feel like I'm walking on the solar earth right now because everything that caused me pain, everything that used to annoy me, everything that made me feel like I was being taken advantage of, whether you believe it or not, I left that behind me because when I had to go through the pain of getting to where I am today, I don't think nobody know how I feel when it feels like a bunch of ants crawling on you.
Right.
And you can never flick them off you. You can't even scratch enough. You can listen, imagine anything crawling on you and you can't get it off you. And you like, man, I just don't know. And you just finally have to surrender. Like you succumb to whatever it is. It's like I truly had to surrender because I didn't get beat up physically. I got beat up from my heart because I know I'm a good person. And
honestly, that's worse. No, sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, but
no, you did.
But that's harder. That's harder. I wish the two serious relationships or even my marriage, I wish it would have been a physical thing because you'll heal from something physical unless it's some other stuff like where G2K is concerned. I'm not talking about that, but
yeah, we did.
That's a whole different game, right? But yeah, I mean, but the heart and the mind and the soul, man, when that gets fucking broke for right, wrong, or indifferent, whatever reason, whether it was supposed to be broke, you were, that relationship wasn't supposed to, stay, whatever the case may be, that is so much fucking harder to get over that, and a lot of that is where my peace comes from, is because I have dealt with it. I have healed from that, right? I've gotten beyond that. And I'm just, and if I'm being 10,000 with you, yeah, there's probably 2% of me that's like, man, I'm 60, right? Do I really want to get into another serious relationship to that level to have to go through all that again? I mean, nobody wants to go through that, but I wouldn't not get in a relationship for for a, quote unquote fear that may happen because, it's just a part of life. It might happen if shit doesn't work out. Right. But that is so low on my why I'm intentionally single. It's not that, oh, I'm afraid of being hurt again. It's not that at all. I'm just at peace where I'm at, man. Like you nailed it when you said, the peace is probably a better term to say than, yeah, I'm healed, because I am healed, but I'm more so I'm at peace.
Yes,
I'm at peace. I'm not looking for anything right now. And what I think what's sad in a lot of scenarios is there are so many people out there that can't be alone don't know how to be alone and are scared of being alone, that they'll just jump right into the next thing. Somebody just fucking blinks at them and they, you know, they're ready to start dating them. Like, you don't even know who the fuck that person is, man. You know, like, but I mean, there's a lot of people that can't. I mean, I have many friends like my age, 10 years younger than me, and in their early 20s that have literally told me, I'm scared to death of being alone. I'm not gonna lie. I love fucking being alone. I love being alone, man. I'm totally at ease with being a bachelor that's not in a relationship. You know, totally.
You know what?
It's not for everybody.
And I'm gonna tell you why now I'm glad, not now, but I'm always glad when you come over. When you come over to date me, I'm always glad when Sarge come over and we have our little date night. Me and Sarge have a date night, maybe 2 nights out of a week, right, Sarge? We ain't gonna tell everybody about our date night. Me and Sarge got a new girlfriend, y'all. Don't worry about me. So, girlfriend, please. Me and Sarge got our own date night. Don't get all upset. Sarge, I told her I had to tell the people the day how you had your woman over there. That lady was singing that song. She had me juking too. I just got off the subject for a second because I said, this is our date night, damn it. Even though Sarge done found somebody, he done kicked me to the side and done got him an old woman over there. Talking about the lady the other night.
You cracked me up.
Listen, at the end of the day, I agree with you wholeheartedly. It's all about finding the peace, man. And what people don't understand is once you find peace, it's not that you being nitpicky. It's like, okay, why would I want to even consider committing to someone where every time I say something, it's a toggle of whether is this or whether is that.
Right.
Turn off. Why would I want to even consider being bothered with someone and I know they got bad breath and I don't like bad breath? No deal. Why would I want to even deal with someone if I'm looking at this person and I'm saying to myself, damn, this person don't know how to hold a viable conversation with me? Turn off. Why would I want to deal with someone, even as a man? Because I even talked to one of my brothers and my brother said he can't stand this. He said he come in contact with women and they be so quick to want to sleep with them. And he's like, you know, like, I mean, like,
see, to me, that's an instant red flag to me.
Exactly. Like all of that. I'm saying, so imagine if it's an instant red flag for you, Sarge. Imagine how I feel. So it was this one guy, older guy too. He had to be probably like 62, 63. And I'm saying to myself, okay, so I'm listening to this guy. Every time I go, this guy try to talk to me. And so I'm trying to give him this inkling of a second of my minutes. And it's like every minute, it was like, yeah, I would love to touch your legs. And I'm like, God damn, man, like, why don't you learn how to have a conversation? Why don't you learn how to, when someone is talking, like, listen and be able to respond to the conversation at hand? Or why don't you learn how to get to know me and don't worry about sex and stuff like that? I said, because if you let me come to you and lead me the right way, you ain't gonna have to worry about that part of it.
Right, exactly.
That part gonna be so nice.
We're gonna get all freak on. Don't worry about it. Just chill the fuck out.
When you do it like that, it make it too instantaneous. And then God forbid you get there and it's like what you said now. So it's like people, I think that's when people start missing things. They stop the understanding of it. And then they'll say, oh, she act like this or nah, because she thinks she all that. No, it ain't that I think I'm all that. But what if it's because I feel like me and you just don't mesh?
Right. Right. Can I add something to something Power said? Because I think it plays into a little bit of what we're saying. I think she wrote down introvert when you and I were having our back and forth about 5 minutes ago. And it's funny because while it might be, I guess I'm kind of talking to Power at this point.
Okay.
That probably is true for a lot of people, right? Like I think she wrote introvert when I said something like I'm happy, or I'm at peace, or I'm happy being like alone, being by myself, being a confirmed bachelor or whatever, right? But I am not an introvert, man. I'm one of the most extroverted people you'll ever meet, man. Like I am a people person, I mean, I am. So it's not that I'm single and don't want to be in a relationship and I'm fine being alone because I'm an introvert. It's actually the opposite. I mean, like I'm an extrovert that can literally talk to anybody. Like I could go, I don't go out to bars, but if I did go out to a bar, within 15 minutes, I'd have 2 friends sitting there talking to me.
Right.
Know,
Yeah.
2 people that I made friends with while I was there,
Yeah.
because I'll just shoot the shit with anybody, So yeah, I'm an extrovert by nature.
Yep.
I always have been, but
Extroverts.
to your point of just the whole communication factor, honestly, I think that's a big part of what's missing in today's society because of this right here, right? Everybody's just on their fucking phones constantly. And I think as a society, man, we're getting ready to, or we're losing the ability to just deal with each other one-on-one and talk and have an actual conversation. I mean, I kind of laugh with a lot of these younger people that I know that are friends of mine.
Right.
That if it's not an app or something that on social media or on their phone, like they're fucking lost, man. Like to take 10 of them and sit them in a circle and say, turn your phones off and put them away. The fucking silence is deafening, man. Like they don't know how. And I know I'm being really general there when I say that, and I know that. But
just do what you're gonna do. I'm gonna come behind you. Go ahead,
man. I'm just saying, just the the ability to speak to another human being via our mouths and communicate it's turning more and more every year or two, man, into more and more of a lost art. Yeah.
Twitter
yeah,
fingers.
exactly. Well, yeah, that's what I was doing when I held my phone up, right? That's what I was. Yeah, like if it's not this, then and there's so much of this that goes on. And honestly, I've seen that in the YouTube world since I've become, getting on people's panels here and made, found a family with, G2K and Harley Dad and all those guys. I've seen it there, and then consequently some of the other people's YouTube channels that I'll watch, I might not get on their panels and
right,
might not even really be in their chats, but there's so many people that this shit's not real. Like we might build real bonds and real friendships with each other, and we might even get to the point where we become true friends, but this ain't real life, man. This is the fucking internet. You know what I mean? Like humans need human interaction and human contact with each other. And when people have lost that art and the only interaction that they have is via their cell phone, man, they're missing out. They're missing out on true connections and like true friendships and true conversations, I mean, I feel sad for them. I'm not mad at it. I feel sad for them,
You got to feel more than sad, Sarge, because it goes even deeper than that, because we keep saying that the number one reason why a lot of people's divorce is separated is because of communication, because of so if the only way that you can communicate is through your Twitter fingers, by texting someone, then you got a bigger problem in the scope. But I wanted to say to that, a lot of times I couldn't cope with someone where every time the conversation has to be, if you like, I traveled a lot and trained doctors. And when I come back, I would have this one person that I considered like a sister to me. Oh, she'll message, call. And let's go out to dinner. Let's go out to lunch. And as busy as my schedule is, I would say, okay. And I will put it in because I'm like, it makes me feel good that this person reaching out, they're considering me. The problem that was such a downfall to me, we can be at a nice restaurant and I'm talking my butt off just like you and I are doing. And this is what I see.
Yep.
And so I'm like, did you hear me? And guess what it was? Oh, 1 second. I'm responding to someone. I swear to God, I'm responding to someone on Facebook. It got to a point with me. I stopped going to any kind of functions like that. It got to a point with me, or they'll call my phone and will blow my phone up from 6:30 in the morning all the way until it's time to go to work. And the whole time that I'm trying to get dressed, talk, But now we both on the phone. Right. She on the phone with me and on the phone with Facebook as well. Oh, Tell me what you think about this. I don't give a damn what I think about that. I don't think anything about it. I think it's rude. I think it's very immature for anybody dummies out there that's listening, to mature people that's trying to get y'all to understand that it's rude. And when you teach your children to do things like that, when you do stuff like that in front of your kids, understand what the ramifications behind that is.
Yeah.
The same way you get on text message and your Twitter fingering and you don't know how to communicate with other adults, you better believe you're showing your children something. That's why they're not communicating with you.
Yep.
At the end of the day, communicating is very essential. Communicating is very, very, very important. At the end of the day, what I can always be respectful of, being an only girl raised with all men. One thing I did love about that, my dad had a conversation with me and my brothers. He was a merchant seaman in the military. And when my dad was home on Saturdays was our day to communicate. My daddy wanted to know everything that happened for the week. And I was the first one to goddamn start talking and the last one. Yes, I was. And I used to run my damn mouth like a water fountain to my daddy. And my daddy used to be like this, okay, and what else? And I tell him that. And so now with this new generation, it took me, I literally, Sarge, probably about, I would give it maybe about 4 years ago. I even understood what text messaging was because I could never get equipped with it. Even right now, even though I have a YouTube channel, one thing you better know, I'm still not a social media person because that's how come half of the time I don't even know when you be live, and I still try to jump in there because I'm not necessarily a social media person. And when I do social media, I like to do interactions like this because I love that talking. I don't like to get in your goddamn chat. If I'm getting in your chat, it's because I understand what it means to you. But after a while, I'm like, man, I got to jump on the stage because this ain't my forte. I don't like the chat part. I'll do it as a respect and to support.
Right.
I don't like it. I don't like it.
And I'm a little strange for being my age because I am very techie, right?
Yeah.
Solely because of my photography business, right?
And you have to learn
because I don't spend a dime on advertising or marketing. Like for little over 16 years now, my whole photography business is word of mouth referrals, 100%, right? So because of that word of mouth referrals, I get messages from people on Snapchat, on Instagram, on Facebook Messenger, So I mean, I'm as techie as a 20-year-old is, when it comes to that kind of stuff. But
the reality
there's a place and a time for it, right? So even though I'm not in a relationship, I have a few friends that we go out on dates occasionally, we'll go out to dinner or something like that. And one of them is a 29-year-old yoga instructor, right? Another one is close to my age. The one girl's 41, and then another one I think is 37 or 38, right? Okay. And like I said, friends. But when I go out with them, wherever we're going, if it's to a pub for a drink and dinner, or strictly to dinner, or we're going to catch a concert in the park, or whatever it is, right? There's a rule that we're together.
No,
the phones get put away. The only time you touch your phone is if it's a damn emergency with your family, Other than that, you're not on the phone. Like, we're together. We're spending time together. Whether it's, breaking bread or just shooting shit, or, like, hey Bruce, you doing anything tonight, man? I could really use it, a shoulder, man. I got some shit I need to get off my chest. You got a couple hours? Can I come over and just talk? We might just sit out on the patio and just, they're, while they're doing that, I'm not sitting there dicking around on my phone. I mean, that's, to me, that's one of the most rude fucking things that you can do. And it's one of the biggest things I hate about our society today is that if it ain't happening on that phone, they don't know how to fucking deal with it,
Yep.
So
and they don't know. That speaks volumes, because if the only way you can make it happen is on the phone, what happened when a person's standing in your face? What you gonna pick up the goddamn phone and go to Twitter texting them? You can't do that. And I think that's the downfall, honestly, in a lot of relationships as well. For me, it's a downfall because it got me to a point where I won't answer your phone call. And it also got me to a point where sometimes I don't even want to respond to your text messages because I know you about to send me a whole goddamn thread life. At the end of the day, people need to start respecting boundaries. But the fact that you do have couples and stuff, because I've even walked in places and seen both parties with their head down. I'm like, what? Kind of.
Well, and let's be honest. If you're in a relationship with somebody and they're constantly on their phone like that,
you in trouble.
human nature at some point is going to kick in, and you're going to start going, okay, who the fuck are you texting that's more important to me? And even if they're not tripping on the side, that kind of shit might start in your head, right? Like, why you got to be on, it's date night, man. We're out at this nice Italian restaurant. Who, why's your phone keep dinging? Why you keep getting on? But you know what I mean? Even if you fully trust that person that you're with, if that continues to happen constantly, human nature is going to kick in, and you're going to start going, who the fuck's more important to me right now? Right? Like, we're out on a date here together, or we're sitting in the living room together because we're a couple and we're watching television or whatever. I'm watching television, but every time I look over at you, you got your head down in your phone. Yeah. People are going to start, like, there's going to be thoughts that start creeping into people's head, like, who you texting? And here you got somebody that's not doing anything wrong other than they're just addicted, because that's what it is. Yeah. They're just addicted to social media, but now their partner's thinking they're slipping on the side when they might not be slipping on the side. They just got addicted to constantly being on Facebook and Instagram and Snapchat, and that's not real world. That's not real world.
Not. And how it would make me feel, in all honesty, because listen, I'm not being funny, and I told you I ain't gonna toot my own horn, but I'm damn sure not taking it off the steering wheel, because the horn is meant to be there. And I'm gonna tell you this: it honestly makes me feel like, because I know whether people like it or they I'm not. I am a very entertaining person, so I don't know what are you getting off of Facebook and Instagram and all these Twitter fingers when I'm
that
sitting
you're not getting from me, right?
Exactly, because listen. The reason why I'm using myself as an example, if I'm sitting across from someone and I'm out with them and they're constantly on their Twitter finger phones and stuff like that, it's an insult to me. It's an insult to me, because it's not necessarily that I'm entertaining, but it's a form of entertaining when we're sitting there, we having a conversation on so many different levels, and you see that I'm that type of person like this. If you're dealing with someone and they that type of person and they keep you entertained or they keep you in the conversation, like, who the hell are you to think that you can come and sit and actually disrespect somebody like that? It's right. Very disrespectful. Now, if you're amongst the crowd, all y'all got your necks down and you're going to be going through scoliosis real soon, and you on your phone, I can understand that behavior through that. But you don't get to get with somebody like me and then be out to dinner and stuff like that, especially if I got to pay for it.
Right.
And right. I don't mind paying. There's no way you're going to tell.
It's funny. It's funny you say that. About 10 years ago, I was on a dinner date with this girl, right? and this was literally like I don't want to say we were friends, but we were acquaintances, right?
Okay.
But it was a date we were on, but she's one of these that's constantly on her phone, right? And had been probably not the whole time, but a good 65% of the 3 hours we were there, right? And because we were talking, we eat, talk, whatever. But she was on her phone, right?
Right.
And at the end of the day, now I didn't do it, but she thought I was serious. And I told her, I said, you're paying for 60% of this meal, right? And she said, well, what do you mean? And I said, well, you've been on the phone with somebody left, right, and center for 60% of the time we've been sitting here. So whoever it was, you need to get them to Venmo you or Cash App you, whatever it was. And I was joking, right? She got so fucking offended, which is okay. It's okay. No. I was okay that she got offended, because that drove my point home to her of, because she got mad. She got mad that I said it. And then I told her, I was like, I'm paying for this. Like, I was just messing with you, but I was trying to get a point across. And after she got mad, and then she realized that I wasn't just being a dick about it, I was trying to make a point. She came back and she apologized 10 times, and she was like, "Oh my God, I get it. Yeah, that was rude. I'm sorry." And again, it's the age we live in, man. It's the digital world we live in. Everybody thinks, everybody's so worried that they're going to miss something that happened on here that, I've lost photography jobs because I didn't get back to somebody that may have sent me a Facebook messenger text in an hour. And like they didn't hear back from me in an hour. And then, they may have heard back from me 4 hours later, or maybe even the next morning because I was busy doing something. And they're like, oh no, you didn't get back to me quick enough. So, I went with somebody else. Okay. All right, cool. No sweat off my back. I've literally lost photography jobs because I didn't text somebody back fast enough.
And I'm going to tell you one thing I noticed about that, Sarge. I also noticed, and correct me if I'm wrong, not even correct me if I'm wrong because it's what I noticed, but tell me, have you seen this before? You know me, I did my own analytics in my head. Mm-hmm. And every time I was around someone that got these Twitter finger phones, you know what I noticed about them? Those are the main ones with short patience.
Oh, it's a 10-second mentality. It really is.
Think about that. And I know some people gonna be like, what you mean by that? Well, dumbass, I said what I said. What I said was a lot of the people that I noticed have those Twitter finger phones and they stay on them goddamn phones and they always texting. When you talk to them, they are very short patience and short fused.
They've done studies in the business world that says when you're putting an article out, it's called the 3-minute rule. When you put an article out to be published in a magazine or whatever, try your damnedest to keep it so that can be read in 3 minutes, because after 3 minutes, people have lost they don't have the patience to read any more than that because they're ready to move on to the next thing, and that's, and life can't happen in 3-minute chunks or even 10-minute chunks,
It's crazy.
It's crazy.
It is. It's really, really crazy because
it's sad. I honestly feel sad. I look back at, one of my, my guilty pleasures is I like to watch reaction channels, especially like UK people that live in England and, Ireland, Scotland, whatever, but mainly like the UK. Right.
You got to give me some hashtags for them. I want to find some.
I'll give you some, man. Where they watch everything that's like, America related, right? Like about the food and travel and the different states and the parks and all this stuff. Right. I love watching that kind of stuff. And damn, I just lost my train of thought where I even brought that up. Other than it just being one of my, like, when I don't have anything to do, I'll watch those and it lifts my spirits up because one, our country gets a bad rap across the rest of the world for, everything left, right, and center. Right. And they'll watch those. And then I really like the ones that then, they had their reaction channel for a year or two and they got pretty, they're doing pretty good. They got a good YouTube following and they're starting, they're monetized and they've made enough money that they can like take a trip over to America and they get over here and they see that it's nothing like what I thought it was, because everything on the news is a friggin' lie. You know what I mean? Or just feeding the negative shit. But the one thing that gets me is, as much as I hate technology from that standpoint of what I think it's doing to us as a society, it's also made the world so much smaller because,
quicker.
Somebody from, Ireland would never have potentially come over to America, or vice versa, and so, I guess it's good from that kind of standpoint. But one of the things that gets me about, here's why I brought that up. They're all reaction channels, right? So when they come over and they're reacting to other people's videos, right? Right. And then it's funny when they come over like to America themselves. And of course they're vlogging it, right? Because they're creating content for their channel.
Right.
But to just even watch them, they're still on their phones constantly. Like even when they're it's their first time to America and they're walking down the streets in LA, whatever, the one's vlogging and you see the other one walking next to them and they're just on their phone. Look, you came to America. Look around to see what you're going to see. The different buildings, the different people, the different ethnicities, and the food trucks, and you're walking right past it because you're on your fucking cell phone. I honestly think it's been one of the downfalls of our society, just like the internet and social media. While I'm sitting here being hypocritical as shit because I am on it, but.
Who said that was hypocritical? You tell them how you feel about it. I don't find what I'm saying hypocritical. What I'm saying is, if you know me, please don't do that to me because that's honestly something that very much annoys me. And when you notice I don't talk to you or get back with you like you want me to, then you're gonna be able to put 2 and 2 together.
Yeah,
Then
Hang on a second. Hang on a second. I gotta
they're
get this text real quick.
Like that. Let's drop his ass off. Like stuff like that. People do you like, and then they do it at the most opportune moments where guess what? You gonna do it at this moment, and I'm asking you a question about something personal for real. You worried about what they debating for on social media. Some people have truly lost their damn mind. But I want to ask you this, Sarge. How do
Have
you
a good night,
feel?
Power's leaving. Say good night.
Oh, good night, Power. And listen,
Nice meeting you.
Power. Sarge said, nice meeting you, and Power. Good luck again. I'll see you Friday, but I'm going to reach out to you tomorrow. And I'll talk to you then. Good night, Power. Thank you for swinging by. She's the one that won our the YouTube challenge that I did, the talent search for Friday. She won.
I missed that on Friday because it was I don't know if you told earlier in the week. I told you my granddaughter plays select basketball.
Yeah.
And she had 2 tournament games on Friday. Ooh. The second game didn't even start until 9 p.m. It was like, she's 11, right? Like, yeah, it didn't even start until 9 p.m. And then it was running 10 minutes late. And so they didn't even get done until it was almost 11 o'clock before, like,
did it rain?
No, it was just there was a lot of teams, and I mean they play at the select complex that is all select teams, and their first game starts at 8 o'clock in the morning, like for the building, right? This thing's got like 32 basketball courts in it. It's a gold mine. I mean, and it's a select team, so every kid on there, their parents are paying between probably $1,000 and $1,500 just for them to play.
Oh my goodness.
So yeah, and they got games like the whole weekend from 8 a.m. until, like I said, the last game is usually at 9 p.m. Anyway,
God.
that's why I wasn't there Friday.
Woo! That would have been like almost like how I used to have to go. I used to play ball too, but I love when I used to play ball. I ain't mind being there when I play ball. But I used to go to my son football games. It's like y'all ain't gonna never get done. I went to his football game, his basketball games, and I used to be like this. No, I didn't. I used to be like cheating. Was on their ass like a referee. You cheating asses, you cheaters.
I miss it, man. I miss playing. I miss coaching. I told my absolutely, man. I got mid 30-year-olds to this day that still call me coach because I coached them in like kindergarten through, 7th, 8th grade. I've shot their families. They're married now. They got kids. I've like photographed them, but they all to this day still call me coach. And hit me up messages. Hey coach, what's going on, man? How you doing? Just out of the blue. I mean, it's been 25 years since I coached them. But yeah, I miss it. And my kids. Well, my daughter, not my son. My son and his wife don't have any kids, but my daughter and her husband are both coaching. Like he coaches. Cool. He coaches basketball and the softball team. She helps out on one of the younger ones' softball teams. And I told them, and they got 4 kids, right? 3 of them are in sports right now. The youngest one isn't yet. And they're just like, you look at their calendar every day. It's like there's practices or games, and you got 3 kids, and you got to be at 3 different places, and it's hectic as hell for them right now. But I told them, I just had this conversation with them over the weekend. I was like, I know it's hectic right now and it drives you guys crazy. I was like, but eat this time up, man, because when it's gone, you're going to miss so much, man. Like being so involved. And, now if you're one of those parents that aren't involved, then yeah, it probably doesn't, you don't give a shit, but they are involved in their coaching, and they're big in the, they run stuff for the school, and, so I told them, yeah, it's hectic and it's crazy now, but I promise you, you're going to miss it when it's gone.
Surely will.
You miss it.
You definitely miss things like that. And the thing of it is, you start noticing that time approaching. And when it hits you, you don't really feel it then. But it take a couple months after that when you like, okay, wait a minute, I don't got nothing to do. Wait a minute, this one don't want to go at me the way they used to. Man, that's
I'll tell you what.
Life.
I had a come to Jesus moment last week, man. When, you heard me say that my ex-mother-in-law passed away, right?
Yes.
And still loved her deal. Was still close to her. Like every time, I'd go over to my ex's house, something kid related, right? Birthday or Thanksgiving, I'd stop by for a little bit or whatever. So I always stayed close with her mom.
Right.
And you know, I got married young, you know. Me and my wife, my ex-wife, you know, we got married young. Like I said, I was 18, she was 17 when we got married. And
Right.
then, you know, by the time I turned 19 a few months later, you know, we had our first kid, our son. But her mom was only 79. I'm 60. Her mom was only 19 years older than me. So that was my come to Jesus. Like I know I'm 60. I know I'm getting older, right? I mean, I'm not ignorant or, you know, a fool to it, but that hit home like, damn, she's only 19 years older than me.
And
You
it's
know,
like,
and
oh,
you start looking at like,
you closer than you
and
think.
yeah, exactly. Like I said, it was a come to Jesus moment for me, you know, and I said that to my kids, and my kids weren't thinking that way either, you know. So when I said it, especially my daughter, because her daughter's 11, right? So her daughter's really close to that 19. I mean, it's 8 years away, but
Right.
you know, 11, 19, pretty close in age, you know, to be able to think. And she was like, you could see her look at me like,
Right.
I don't think she believed me when I first said it. I was like, you know, your grandma was only 79, right? I was like, you know, I'm 60. I said, she was only 19 years older than me. And she just got this look on her face, like,
You that old?
almost like, I don't believe you. And then
Yeah.
processed like, holy shit, you know, you start thinking about, you know, I mean, let's be honest, man. You know, I guess I'm in those final years of my life, you know, that final stage of my life, you know.
Yeah. It
I
do
already
really-
know I'm not going to live to be 100. Men in my family don't, you know. So, yeah, it was an eye opener for me, man. It was a true come to Jesus moment for me, you know.
It's
I was like,
you want to kind of breathe a little
you
bit. You're
know,
like, whoa.
yeah, it was one of those where it like makes you go, you know,
Make you take a deep breath, like
things that make you go, you know.
It's
So
one of those things where it make you got to take a deep breath because some people don't understand what those type of come to Jesus moments mean, but they actually is the moments where it hits you. And you're
Yeah.
like, whoa, that like
Yeah.
really stuck with me just now. And when you said that, not relating you to a cat or animal or anything like that, but my cat, oh, he's not there. His name is Trouble. And Trouble weighs about 32 pounds. And he's a big cat. And he's a Somalian cat mixed with I remember the name not a moon I got it on the tip of my tongue.
Mako? No.
No,
Calico?
coon.
I'm not a cat person.
Damn, it got the word coon in it. I'll remember it. But cat's average lifespan is about 16 years. He's about 13 years old. And I was like, because I mean, going through 3 years can be quicker than you think, because think right now, if he got,
let's be honest, you get to our age, 3 years is nothing, you know.
And then you thinking, I'm like, okay, it's my cat, but we're already in June, so he down 2.5 years. So not comparing you to a cat, but it's like the same type of role. I had that Jesus, and I started. He move a little differently. Go ahead.
No, I was agreeing with you. I just said it's the same scenario, you know, like you just start looking at it and you're like, damn, I'm not 19 and immortal anymore, you know.
It make you have to. It make you.
I had this conversation with my ex-wife about 6 months ago.
Oh my God! Don't tell me nothing else. They gonna make me think.
What? No. This is one of those, you know, when you. So when you know, I already said I was 18, she was 17 when we got married, right? And you know, you look at your parents when you're younger. Now, I was an accident, so my parents were older than her parents, but because I was an accident. Like next closest one to me in age of my siblings was 10 years older than me. Then my sister was 14 years older than me, and my brother was 17 years older than me. So I was a straight up accident, right? But I told her, I was like, you know, like the whole time I was in the Marine Corps, wherever we were stationed that year, because in the Marine Corps, you get sent to a new duty station about every year and a half. So at least probably every other year, some years every year, their vacation for a week was they would come down to wherever we were stationed at. Right. Unless it was overseas. Like they didn't come over to Japan, thank God. But you look at your parents when you're younger and in your mind, they're old people, right?
Right.
Like they're old, they're wise, they're worldly knowledgeable and wisdom. And no, they're not. I told her, like I just told you, her mom's only 19 years older than me, right?
Woo.
And I told that to my ex. I was like, we think back looking like when they would come down when we were at Camp Lejeune, North Carolina or something, and we would look at them like these older parents. I was like, dude, they were in their like early 30s, like late 20s maybe. Well, it wouldn't have been late 20s. It would have been early 20s or early 30s,
I get what you're saying.
I mean, hell, early 30s to me is half my life ago. I'm fucking 60 years old now, so
Exactly.
it's crazy, man.
Looking at it like, okay, so they were 30 when they had me, and it's like, and they had 3 of me, so back, what? I think us looking back then at that type of dynamic for where we're at right now, it stands different when you look at it, because a lot of them that's a little bit younger, they didn't get the same guidance, and they didn't get the same mentality and maturity. That's why back then, even though it's illegal nowadays to date or be with someone underage, but back then underage wasn't a number to mature people back then, because they got pushed out there. They had children, they got into marriage, they did what they're supposed to do, and they did and they just kept along that line. And then I guess through time, society was like, I got rights, I got a voice, I don't got to keep my kids, I don't got to go to work, and it was like, okay, that's when we changed.
Yep. The whole family dynamic's not the same.
And
it's just not.
I'm trying to think which generation would I think interfere with that, because when I think about it, you know what I'm gonna say? I'm gonna say, and I could be wrong, but I'm gonna take a chance and say this. I'm gonna say I think it's that generation of babies that are in their 70s. The reason why I say that is because when I think about my dad's mom, and even when I think about, to an extent, when I think about my mom's mom, from what I know, I see where it was more of my mom's generation that started separating and leaving men.
See, for me, I don't think it goes back that far. Because, and here's why I say that. Like, when I got out of the Marine Corps, it was 1992, right?
Mm-hmm.
Everybody that we knew was married. We were in our 20s, anywhere from, 29, 30 years old, whatever. 95% of the people that I knew were married and had kids, right? And even the people that I didn't know, but they lived in the neighborhood, same thing, right? They were, because I'm not taking I'm not taking into account the older people, right? I'm talking about the people that were that age. So for me, I think it started around the late 90s. Honestly, I think it goes back a lot longer than what you were thinking, because at least from my experience, right? From my experience of what I saw growing up, the nuclear family was still a thing. Like, the whole time I was growing up, I only had one friend that came from a divorced family. Like, everybody else was still married. Their parents were married, So I only knew one. I mean, my graduating class in high school had 1,500 kids in it, and I was friends with like 99% of them, right?
Wow.
I bet you of that graduating class of 1,500 kids, there was only like maybe 2 or 3 that were like their parents were divorced. Everybody else was still married, So for me, I think it started in the early 2000s when that whole mind shift started, of kind of what you were saying about, well, yeah, so what? I'm pregnant. I got a kid. I'll push it off on my mom. That's when I started seeing like moms become grandmas at really young ages, and starting to take care of their kids, because their kids were like, well, I'm too young for this. I ain't got time for this. Like, what do you mean? What are you talking about?
Right.
That's You made that human. What do you mean you don't have time for it, man?
Right.
What do you mean it's an inconvenience? Fucking tough luck, man. So that's what I think it was that. And honestly, I think when the personal computer came out and started coming into everybody's homes, I think that's when all this started, I mean, there wasn't like really cell phones then, but I think that whole personal computer being in the home got everybody on this path of being more on living on their keyboards and computer screens, which then morphed into, you know, cell phones. Because before that, people didn't have that technology, you know. You had to be able to communicate. You had to be able to know how to talk to your neighbors, your family, your children, you know. People didn't leave their kids sitting in front of a television all day to babysit them while they were at work, you know.
Right.
You were at grandma's house, or you were at a babysitter, or if you were at home, right? Because I was one of those. Both my parents worked when I was younger. If I was left at home at, you know, 11, 12, 13 years old, because we were more responsible back then, we weren't sitting in the house playing on the computer. We were outside with our friends, man, riding our bikes, or, you know, playing football or baseball, or, you know.
Right.
I wouldn't have wanted, I grew up in the, like, I'm a 70s, 80s kid because I was born in 65, you know.
Right.
So I graduated high school in 82. Man, I look back on those times, man, and like, and I take that back to my guilty pleasure of like the reaction channels. A lot of them react to like, what was life back in like the late 70s? What was life like in the 80s? Man, that was the best time to grow up, I think. I'm glad I grew up then, man, because we didn't have cell phones. You know, we weren't all keeping track of, you know, if you wanted to hang out with somebody, you went to their house and knocked on their door, you know, or, you know, hell, we didn't even call each other on the phone, man. We just got on our bike. You'd ride around the neighborhood. Where's 15 bikes laying out in somebody's front yard? Okay, that's where everybody's at, you know?
Right.
So,
and you know
I don't
what?
know. But I'm going to have to jump off here soon, just to let you know. I don't want you to be thinking I'm like just going to bounce on you.
No, that's okay. Me too, because I'm going to jump off too. But you know what I was going to say? The reason why I started with the generation of my mom, because when I looked at the generation of my grandmothers, like before that and great grandmother, they stayed in marriages and stayed committed to them. But maybe it might have been more so towards the communities that I was in. When I look back at it, my mom and dad divorced. I looked at all my aunties divorced. A lot of people like that. And that was as me being a kid, and I'm looking at my mom's generation of it. And a lot of those ladies, like, I think, so when I said that, I said it to say, I feel like before my mom generation, they were more committed into marriages and staying with their husbands and stuff like that. Because my grandmother on my side, my dad's side, she stayed with the husband until he passed away. And then I'd never seen her with a man since I've known her. And then my dad and mom, they end up getting remarried, but everybody around them, even his siblings and stuff like that, they were all divorced. And I'm like, and divorced.
Yeah, see, I didn't see that. I didn't come from that. I mean,
in my side, I think
yeah, I just
forward. They said the show, but for me, I think from what I seen, even though my mom and dad ended up divorcing, but once my mom and dad divorced, they got remarried to different people, and I didn't see a divorce no more. So for me, I did whatever I had to do to like maintain my marriage until it was just honestly time for me to go. And that was, this is 31 years later. And so for my kids to have grown up with mom and dad still in the same house, in my community, that was unusual. Believe it or not.
Yeah, see that, and excuse me, that was the norm for my kids. I mean, you know, like you heard me say, I was 27, together 27 years, married officially 23. My kids were 18 and 16 when I left. They were fucking grown. You know, that's let's be honest, that's a grown kid, you know. And when we sat them down to like tell them, hey, just letting you know, mom and dad are, you know, separating, gonna get divorced. My daughter, who was 16 at the time, of course they were crying, they're upset. You know, they just got told their parents were gonna, you know, they're splitting up. You know, it's not fun news anybody wants to hear. But about 2 minutes after we told them, my daughter looks at me and she goes, kids see everything, you know, like where we thought we were like, you know, fighting to where they didn't hear us fighting. They heard, even though we were trying our best not to let them see, you know, they saw, or they could hear. And my daughter goes, Dad, honestly, I'm surprised you didn't leave 5 years ago. And I did stay for that like 5 or 6 years that I said that me and my ex-wife always said to each other, we'll never just stay for the kids. You know, we always said that to each other, but I still end up doing it because I was trying to work on shit. I was trying to make my marriage, like, you know, I mean, I'm not going to lie to you. It was my idea to leave and to get a divorce. Right. And to this point in my life, to a certain extent, that feels like my biggest failure. Right. Because to what you just said, I didn't come from a generation where divorce was a thing. Yeah. You fucking stuck it out, man. You know? So, I mean, literally nobody in my family was divorced. You know, my cousins, my aunts, my uncles, my grandparents, my parents, my friends' parents. Like I said, I mean, a graduating class of 1,500 people in 1982, and there was maybe 3 of those that came from a divorced family. You know, so
that's listen, that is very good, because in my house, in my community, and like in my family, whether you believe it or not, at me being 50 years old, I'm the first one to get married. The first one. I'm the oldest granddaughter. I'm the first one to get married, and followed me. It's only about 3. It's only about maybe 3 or 4 of us that's married right now, but there's over 30, maybe 40 grandkids. And it's only
that's not
the first one. And that right. So in our community, it's like, so I gave that to my mom, even though I can't say my mom, she divorced, and then when she remarried, she stayed married till death. And she passed away at 57 years old. But the thing of it is, she was still married. But everybody that she know, family, friends,
divorced.
Relationship, yeah, not even divorced. A lot of them, even to this day, have never. I'm telling you, so in my family, only 4 of us, and I'm the first one. Then my brother, and then like a one male cousin and 1 girl cousin. We're the only 2 girl cousins. We're the only ones married. Out of
the only ones that even got married.
Yes, that has ever even been married, and that's
and see, and I think that plays into what you were saying, right? Like that may not have been like the community that I came from, but it was obviously going on, right? Yeah. I mean, that was obviously happening in other communities. You know, I was speaking from my personal experience. Of course, that wasn't what I grew up with, but now today, that's the fucking norm. Today, that's the norm. Like to your point, it probably okay. So I'm not going to say your age. You already said it, but so you're looking back. So just go back 30 years ago. Right. Well, what was 30 years ago? Like I said, that was real close to like the 2000s, right? And that's where I personally started seeing more people that I knew started getting divorced, had kids, started getting divorced. You know, to me, I think that all kind of started in our society, which kind of goes along with what you're saying. Yeah. Timeline wise, that's right. Like the 2000s, you know, that you said people in their 70s. Well, people in their 70s then would have been what? Late 20s, 30s, you know? So I don't know. So it's weird to see how like our whole society has made such a swing from what it used to be. So
and then giving their ass this freedom of speech, we definitely ain't gonna get nowhere. And you know what, Sarge? I want to tell you, thank you for coming. Every time you come in, we always got to get all. We always got to have these type of conversations to let these people know that hey,
go deeper, go home, man.
Listen, ain't no sense in playing all the time. When we get ready to play, we go over there to G2K at times. We get do some karaoke and have us a little bit of fun. Then we got to talk about things that really making a difference. And honestly, that's keeping people from being connected because of the childishness and the immaturity. And I definitely want to thank you, Sarge. And listen, Sarge, I don't know when you're going to take me up on that date, but I thought we had a big date coming up. We're going to schedule that big date. Where we going at? The UK, y'all, fools.
Yeah, we might try to make that damn thing happen, man.
Listen, you better sit back one day and really pay attention to what's going on. You got to say, wait a minute, what would that bring walking into the streets of UK with that girl right there? That girl?
No, we're not. Look, we ain't even getting into that whole conversation again, man. We'll be sitting here talking for another damn hour, man.
No, we won't. No, we won't. Hey, Sarge, make sure you put that on your agenda because one day I promise you we're gonna make that happen. We got to make that happen.
Yeah, I'm with you. I agree.
Get you some rest, old man.
Oh, I'm not resting. I got some I'm trying to bunch out I'm trying to get caught up on editing photo shoots so I can get them out to the clients. And I know I got I got some things going on Thursday and Friday of this week that's not going to let me do editing. So I'm trying to get as much of it knocked out as I can. I've already done like 16 hours of editing today before I jumped on here with you. So, but anyway, I am going to roll. Thanks for having me up as always. Great spending time with you. Great talking to you.
Again soon, Sarge.
Won't be the last. Won't be the last.
See you later, Sarge.
See you, girl. Love you. Bye.
I love you more. Bye. All righty, all y'all bad peoples out there. Thank you so much in my parking lot, all those parking lot pimps, all those parking lot pimp-ettes. I want to make sure that I thank everybody that hit this stage. I want to thank everybody that hit this panel. So we want to definitely tell Addie Bug, yes, we want to tell you thank you. That's the positive path. We definitely want to tell, we didn't even get to discuss this with Insatiable. Insatiable said, when I got hurt, I just slept with her best friend because she broke my heart. I'm going to get on Insatiable. It won't be today because Insatiable probably left. At the end of the day, Insatiable, I hope you don't think we done with that conversation, sir. We're not. But thank you, Insatiable. Definitely. That's our men of the panel. Thank you, Jug. Jug said, yep, he welcomed y'all to the Men Only Live. Y'all got Men Only. Guy in. We want to definitely thank Guy for flying in. Hey, Queen. Which queen is this? Hey, queen, we're going to welcome you and fly you on in too. Thank you for coming in. We already told positive path. Listen, we have Power Store Inc. You better know it. That's the first winner of YouTube's 2025 first small channel talent search. Yes, she got my damn $100. She damn near stole it from me. But we gave it to her freely. She deserved it. I don't even know if, yep, she dropped her link. Her link should be here in the chat. If there's anybody out there, I am going to be having a conversation with Miss Power Store Inc. We will be having a conversation with her because guess what? She got to let y'all know how she got started and she got to get in depth with her channel. Y'all need to make sure y'all go and subscribe to her. Subscribe to her. And she will be here Friday. Anybody out there in my parking lot, thank y'all. I welcome y'all. Appreciate y'all for coming in. Listen, all I ask y'all to do, be glad y'all had some fun. This wasn't a show. This is a true reality of me. All I ask you to do is take your dirty ass debris with you when you leave. Don't leave nothing out there in my parking lot that I did not bring in my selfie. If I didn't bring it in, please take it out. I definitely thank you and appreciate you. Don't forget Friday, since none of y'all knuckleheads came, Friday, we going for the next channel. If you're a small channel, $100 on the line, community support on the line, helping you build your channel, helping you grow. If you need help with your channel, if you want to showcase your channel, if you want people to see you, come out, show who your channel is. I mean, damn, shoot for a free $100. If you do got a channel, I'm sure that $100 will pay for StreamYard. I mean, it could have paid for mine, but I've been giving all y'all my damn money, so I ain't got nothing right now. I'm giving y'all my money. Anywho, thank you so much, G2K. G2K and I had a very, 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 very good conversation. And I definitely appreciate him for that. Insatiable, thank you so much. Sarge, thank you so much. Listen, Mike, thank you. Everybody that came out, look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Open panel tomorrow. We want to know why these people shutting down all of the Job Corps. They have bumped their damn heads. And so have y'all. Good night.
I want to be there and baby dance the night away. I let my head down the fly one. Don't you just get tired chasing fame and being pretty all the time? Doesn't sound like fun. You can do better. Let me show you what a good time looks like. You can do better.